Hello and welcome. Welcome to Drakenmemoria. Yay! Don't worry, we're here. We just had a little technical difficulty. Well, I had a technical difficulty. But we're here, and tonight's episode is starting. And if you're wondering what Drakenmemoria is, well, it's Dungeons and Dragons. Or more specifically, a group of people playing Dungeons and Dragons, because we're not actually part of Dungeons and Dragons. We're just a group of people that plays it. So, with this, it's not something you want to watch. Well, you really should check the schedule because I've never hit it. It's always there, and we're here every single night. Well, almost. There was those 2 episodes in the very beginning where we had a little bit of problem. Not that kind of problem, but still, that would have been a better problem. But ever since, we've always been here. So, go do something else. If you're watching this on YouTube or Twitch, there are suggestions. Pick one, to the right or the left. For everyone else who actually wants to be here, because it's fun, because you like Dungeons and Dragons, because you like us, because, I don't know, many reasons. For those of you who might actually, who I might actually know, for some reason or another, know me personally, which means you most likely can't speak English very well. Écrivez quelque chose dans le chat pour que je sache que vous soyez là. So, here we go. Something for everyone. Yeah. I think that's about it. If you like the ambience, thunderstorm in the background, ambient mixer. You only have to pay if you download the music the ambience that you make, or one that you find and you want to download it. Battle maps is Dungeon Alchemist, and world map is Wonder Draft. And I just remembered I did not make a map. For tonight, just in case you get all the way to the bottom of this chapter. Well, all the way up to this chapter. You should have prepared. You never know with you guys. Sometimes it goes quick, sometimes it doesn't. We'll see.
It goes quick sometimes.
Well, once.
I've never experienced it.
Once it went quickly. Yeah. So
You know what? That just shows that we have an enduring spirit that is willing to go the extra mile for our partner. I mean, the campaign.
Yep.
all right. So
I'm gonna jump the train to the top of the spire.
Oh my gosh!
what happened last?
Oh wait, are we actually summoning the Megazord now? Because I can post the clip.
Well, first you have to remember we actually have to jump the train to the bottom of the spire and then crash it into whatever's creating the undead portal to blow it up.
Yeah, so
And then we can jump it to the top.
yeah.
Right.
That's exactly what's going to happen. And remember, the Megazord always come at the second half of the fight. Haven't you ever watched the show?
We're gonna go to the bottom of the spire, blow the shard up the portal with the bomb, and then ride the shockwave from the bomb up to the top of the spire.
Let's go, the bomb!
And we'll use Tobiyashi as the parachute.
Yeah, I could make one.
Yeah.
All right. So, last episode. Hey, last episode I called it Saved by the Whip.
Saved by the whip.
That whip has saved you so many times in this adventure.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, if I had a nickel for every time a whip saved my life.
I'd have 10 cents. Okay.
Well,
But
that's
it's pretty crazy.
That's the question. How much money would you have? I'm sort of curious, but not exactly also.
Definitely enough to buy another whip.
Damn!
Wild.
You know that some whips go for over $100.
Oh, I probably should have mentioned I did have a character once that used a whip price exclusively. I probably should have opened with that.
Oh, okay. It's understandable now.
Also, Tasha's Mind Whip is a very good spell.
True. Very true.
Alright, so after finding a replacement train for the one they'd lost, they prepared to start up the engine of this new machine. The event, not being the most discreet one, quickly drew the attention of the living dead in the city above, as well as the attention of the undead elemental creature slumbering in the heart of the city, which just happened to be right in front of where everyone was. Fortunately, quick thinking, like we just mentioned with the whip, had a little bit of luck because there is a saving throw involved. The whip turned an awful situation into just a scary situation. Survivable scary situation. With their new train, they easily made their rendezvous with their guide. Now, their final plan can unfold and finally take them out of this dreadful place. This island where everyone is depressed.
I gotta get depressed again. Give me 1 second.
Get into it.
Get the character.
Grace.
You know, it's not a mind-boggling distress that you're feeling. You're just feeling the weight of all of this, of always hearing that whisper. You can't figure out what it's saying.
'Cause tonight it'll be... Sorry.
No, Denial ain't just a river in Egypt.
No, it's one in the island chain. Alright. So, I believe last episode, we all left after you decided to have a good feel of what would be your chances against Civ's rival. And you realized that you needed an entire party and then a second one to maybe survive this.
Hi guys, it's because we went at them one by one. If we got all the same time, we would be fine.
Wouldn't have had a chance. Yes, of course. So I believe we come back today to when you all wake up after a day of rest. You are called by Sachet and Calm, telling you that everything is ready. They are ready to send the confirmation of your approval to continue. Calm calls you himself. Sachet calls you on behalf of her Kenku friend, who doesn't seem to like all of you.
Well, most of us.
One in particular. So, you're now ready to start this journey. And I have a map of the entire island. This is the map of the entire island chain, I believe. Oh yes, this is the entire map of the island chain. Alright, so, yes I know you can't see a whole lot because it's huge. But right now.
Don't you mean it's huge?
Uh, I have a question.
Yes.
Oh no, that's from being charmed or frightened. Never mind.
Okay.
Next.
So you are right now on this battle map at F10, and you're about to take this journey on the ocean. And what's going to happen? And this is
We're gonna die.
what Civ tells you. First, there's going to be a confirmation to be given from each side, and including this one here. So, should someone convince
During the 2 days, we figured out how to do that.
well, yeah, most likely. And most likely it's you, Fisher, who's going to give the confirmation because you're the one that fits the bill most of who might be answering. And you're going to start this journey that's going to take you on this large triangle at the center. The whole thing it takes 2 days because you have to get to the first triangle, and with every triangle there's going to be a stop, just tiny place where there's usually maintenance. Well, Sev does tell you that these maintenance bay are completely empty and fully automated by now. Once there were people making sure that everything was fine, but now, so long as the train follows certain guidelines, there never are any trouble. Thing is, the moment you reach the first checkpoint, which is at I-7, the railroad behind us, connecting to the island chain, is going to power down. Meaning there is no escape once we reach that point. You're going to have to do the entire triangle. So going from I-7 to M11 and then back to I-12. And we don't need thunder in the background because it would most likely be more of a snowstorm in the background, which would be fitting, although it was nice to have that thunder strike when I was talking. So when you get back to I-12, this is when you will be going at the center of the island, taking that railroad there that's going at the center. So there's going to be a small delay on each of the checkpoints, a few hours, that's going to allow you to, prepare if you want. But it's unavoidable.
Alright.
Although, actually,
Fast forward. No, just playing.
I swapped Terranad's skill thing from Perception to Arcana,
Okay.
by the way.
Okay.
I will unattune for my mask. And I feel like, for some odd reason, the pendant is going to be useful today.
Is that the one where you lose it?
Yeah, I lose it, and I see it somewhere. Eventually.
Okay.
Hey,
It'll either be really
these are
bad or
subscribed.
really good, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
Hey!
Tomoyashi, I think someone's worried for you.
well, I think a lot of people are worried about Tobiyashi.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
It just means we care.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you're
Definitely
suffering
not,
through
because-
some serious medical problem on account of the sweet tasting orange blood.
True. We don't got to worry about that. We
Yeah.
don't- That's
We don't know what it is. We don't have to.
yeah.
worry
But we have no doctor on the team.
Well, you used to, but
I do want to take.
didn't know
Jorg
what
already
it was
looked
either,
it up.
so-
Jorg didn't know what it was. Jorg tried.
I do want to take some time on the trip to ask, hey guys, so I know I'm supposed to use my scroll on the island, but I don't know exactly what to ask it about. Like, do we want schematics? Do we want lore? Are we looking for traps on the Spire? Are we looking for what are we looking for?
I
What?
think we want as complete a map as we could possibly get that shows traps, details, potentially movements of enemies if it can do that. Like if
So
it
what,
could.
So,
like a schematic
Tobiashi,
map?
you know that that scroll case can give you things that relates to history. So it has to have a certain age, meaning it can't give you what might have happened in the last, I don't know, 20 years in the Spire.
Yeah.
But it can give you schematic of the Spire as it was built, with a modification throughout history. It can give you a large amount of lore, what might have happened, and it will be described as if someone wrote it. So someone who might have been there, a journal that they might have kept, architect's journal maybe. It's like finding documents.
Yeah. I'll explain that to them. We can't really. It has to have an age. I can't, like, if it has any new traps or anything like that, or anything that's happened recently, I probably can't figure it out.
Okay. It probably
schematics,
just
yes.
as like detailed, yeah, of a map as we can get then. I'll put it.
Okay. All right, I'll ask it that. As detailed of a map as we could get of the Spire.
So, while you think about this, Fisher, you receive that order from the Spire asking you for confirmation. A voice that, although slightly feminine, does feel artificial, at least to your ear. Just asking for...
It's Sarah's side job. It's okay. It's after hours.
She's been there all along.
But it checks out.
Wait, see, like, Stacy's on vacation, so you get Rebecca.
We had problems with the extras, so we need to take someone, and just like in all of other series, everywhere, you're not supposed to notice that it's actually the same person that actually played the other character 5 episodes ago.
We got like a really good disguise team. Go team!
Go team.
So the person simply asks you, what is the purpose of your visit to the Spire?
Destroy. No, I'm kidding.
Delivery.
Delivery of what equipment? Nothing has been scheduled.
Wait. Can I speak to? Will they hear me if I speak?
You don't know.
Fuck.
I'm gonna point to the type of engine it is, and then point to like type of engine. We're in a prison engine.
My apologies. It's not delivery. It's DiGiorno.
Fuck.
You
I was
don't
gonna
know.
say.
Station 2,
What about the?
please respond.
Delivery of a prison engine that was abandoned on Mid-South.
Very well, one moment, please.
Wee woo.
No, that's a valid.
You are being detained.
Valid reason.
Like, we picked up your shit.
You wait, and you wait. 10 seconds, 15, 20, 30 seconds. After a full minute, your confirmation has been given. One engine was lost during the escape of the civilian population. Confirmation has been given by Station 1 and 3. Give us a moment while we deactivate the defense grid. There's another full minute, and you hear something outside, as something winding up in power, and you hear just this. Looking outside, at least one of you sees this impulse of energy that leaves and follows the track.
Oh, I should probably update you, Draken.
Yes.
All of my passives have upgraded by 2.
Ooh.
Okay. Well, that's interesting to know. Remy, so you're at 21 everywhere.
So you just have like God sense, so you just have ultra instinct.
No, God sense would be something closer to like there wouldn't even be a score in the passives. It would
He has
just
spidey senses more.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You see that dot of light leaving, following the track, and it follows and follows and just goes smaller and smaller and smaller. And it takes a while. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. After 10 minutes, the voice comes back. Yes, the railways have been secured. You can leave the station. Please leave the station within the next 5 minutes.
Alright. Let's
Okay.
go.
You will be expected at station 2.
Affirmative.
And you hear the communication cut.
We're in.
I just turn to everybody else. I'm like, I think that's the first time I've successfully lied to somebody.
They could still be listening.
No, they cut that. You heard the click.
Oh.
maybe holds up one of his hands.
Yes.
He walks over, tries to pick up your other hand, and then kind of like
Oh. I high five him. Thank you, Remy.
Alright. Let's get underway. Ready to.
Yeah, and then I head out to station 2.
All right.
look. The rogue is allowed to be proud of his line.
You lied. I'm so proud of you. You're usually such a paragon of virtue.
It's not that I'm super honest all the time. It's just I'm bad.
Well, arguably, it's worse if you lie badly as opposed to telling the truth.
Yeah.
Because there are usually consequences if people find out that you lied.
So,
Yep. How many exit is there to this train, by the way, while we're just on the tracks?
the train booth itself, 2. 1 on each side.
Okay.
Oh,
Good to know.
Fisher. Because this could potentially come up,
Yes.
you did wind up copying the Salt Ward spell, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that actually happened because
Because you have, you can do ink, right?
Yep.
Or, yeah,
Okay.
that would be the only barrier. So, yeah.
All right. So,
well, now I know to actually subtract the ink that I put into the quill for
Okay.
you. So
Yeah.
So you start moving, and well, the day is slightly familiar for you in the sense that oh, you've lived through those days in the Mistal Island chain. The moment you start hitting the rail, after a few minutes, you hear the wind picking up significantly, so much that there is a slight, probably for Tobiashi audience and Remy, a slight worrying that comes as you can feel sometime the train just go, whoa, it's swaying a little bit. But for you, Fisher, for some reason, even though it's weird, like being in a large truck that feels the strength of the wind, you're at ease. You know that this is not a problem. That's, for some reason, you think you've been in far worse situation in trains like this. And judging from the strength of the wind that I'm seeing there, it's gale force wind. Everyone else is probably slightly worried that they're gonna see a tornado forming somewhere, or maybe a hurricane for those who are from much lower south. Remy, maybe you've seen once or you've heard once about those large storm that can engulf an entire island chain. You sort of have a moment where, hey, it's pretty windy right now. It's when you're on land, you see tornadoes with this. Typhoons. Anyone heard that before?
Just goes over to a seat, finds a seat belt.
You recognize how cold it is also outside, and probably for you audience who spent a year at sea, and Fisher who spent most of his conscious life at sea, you know that part of the cold that you're feeling is more the fact that there's nothing protecting you against the wind. The moment you open the window, open the door, you feel it. It is biting. You see frost gathering in the windows. The train is going at something like 30 miles an hour. So all of that compounded together, you know that if you were to step out, it wouldn't take a whole lot of time before you'd start losing appendages to cold. So, well, could always try Tobiashi.
Audience, stop sticking your head out the window.
His tongue is just flapping.
Fisher from inside. Fisher from inside of you hear. Tell him that he should lick the outside of the train. Metal tastes good outside in the cold.
I'll save the pranks for when we're not about to go die.
And that's all you hear from this. You see Fisher at the helm just saying, I'll save the pranks for later.
He should actually be really worried that he didn't get a sassy remark in response to that.
Oh, he did. You just didn't hear it. I switched perspective.
So I have a question,
Yeah.
guys. So when we go there, are we gonna check out? Are we gonna try and head straight to the undead shard, or are we gonna try and check out the prison first to see if there are any prisoners we can potentially set free and maybe cause a distraction?
Well, let's look at the scroll case.
All right. I guess now is the time to make your demand, Tobiashi.
Oven timer.
I could ask it without being inside of it.
So long as you know what you're asking for, yes.
All right, I'll
Wait,
ask
what do you
it.
mean be inside of it?
Well, because last time I used it, I thought I had to be inside of the actual place to ask it about the place.
Oh.
No, you could have asked before coming to the island chain if you wanted.
Okay. Well, that I did not know that.
Toby giving us false information.
I must have
Luckily,
my
we still have
master.
2 days to plan, Toby.
I must have remembered my master telling me.
Can you tell he was a C student?
That's literally my backstory. Anyways, I will. Okay, so I'm asking it for a detailed map of the Spire. That's all I'm asking it for.
Detailed and most recent map.
So,
Schematics of the tower.
what do you mean by detailed? I'm giving you a second chance to have something more.
Well, like a schematic, right?
Yes.
Wouldn't a schematic
You,
be more
you
detailed?
asked detailed plans. So what do you mean by detailed?
floor plan, including traps, secret passages, and
Locations, places of import, whether in like terms of prisons, power, anything basically.
prisoner locations.
Prisoner locations. If you give me like a second, I could do a list. If you want a list, but
If you want a list,
if you want me to specifically say everything we're looking for.
Well, I'm just saying, you're asking for something, and there is a way to ask this to get a lot more information than what you are asking right now. I'm giving you a second chance to do this.
Oh,
Maybe I should put some music on.
Ask it to show us everything that may or may not affect the outcome of our lives within the spot. I don't know how else you want to word it.
How would you call this?
a single line diagram. No, actually.
No,
blueprints.
plans. Yeah, no, blueprint, plans. That's all different word for the same
He's saying
thing.
there's something. Yeah, he's saying there's something more that I could say.
I'm giving you a chance to tell you exactly what you mean by detailed.
I want a holographic 3D floor by floor plan that I can zoom in and out of with every single detail of import on each floor and with that lights that shows where we are and anything of higher and lower energy signature, soul energy signature than us.
And lore. All at the same time. All of it.
No, it's you can't have both, but you can give me. You can tell me what detail you want.
Okay. All right. Then
Will it give us energy signatures? Because you know how like every soul like gives off signatures. Will it give us like energy signatures so we could have like energy signatures of things that are powerful and not powerful?
Well, if you want to know what was powerful 100 years ago, yeah, probably.
Well, the wizard was alive, but I'm saying, could it give us like tracking capabilities on
No,
like
it's
energies?
it's history related.
it's like a map.
So it's a set map. It is a set map.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
won't,
Yeah, it's like you broke in and found some schematics.
Yeah. It's a guarantee. It's a guaranteed natural 20 of if you were in a library and looking for things.
Okay.
So so we agreed on schematics. What else could we? What more
It's
detail
just because
part of a schematic could we ask?
you already formulated what you want. You said you wanted detailed plans of the spire. So you are going to get detailed plans, floor by floor, and most likely what's on each floor. But
Is there something important we actually like want to know where it's at? Right.
Make sure it's in a language we can understand too. I
So
want
you want-
everything
it's gonna be in
translated.
common.
so you want writing in there.
Yes.
What sort of detail do you want in writing in there?
Names, names of important objects.
Locations and objects.
Locations. If those names are not right now in a language we can understand,
And
updated into a
annotated?
Into
language.
common. Yeah.
A language we
I think-
can
What did you
understand.
say, Fisher?
Annotated?
Yes.
An
It's like the word you
annotated
guys have looked into are
schematics.
annotations.
Okay. A detailed plan of the spire with annotations on important places and points of interest.
Thank you.
All right.
I will.
I figured
I was
it out,
glad
guys.
somebody else was going to say it because Raimi can't.
I will.
All right, I'll do that,
Figure
Fisher.
out a
I'll
way
do
to
that.
give you a small reward for
plus
this.
one intelligence. Let's kick it in.
I will figure out some way to give you a small reward for this. All right.
Incidentally, we were just teaching our fourth graders earlier this week about annotations.
Yeah. I learned that in fourth grade. You expect me to remember it now? It was so long ago, dude.
I thought knowledge was to just get you the grade on the next test, and you were supposed to forget it.
No, that's
Yeah.
audience.
Oh, okay. That's also me, but no, okay.
Well, I didn't want to, but all right, if you say so.
You know, the table appreciates your honesty, Sam. You get to pick from the post Halloween candy bucket.
Be careful, the bags of chips are already outdated.
All right. I will do my thing to make it happen.
All right.
I'm like meditating over it.
So, once you make your demand and you open your scroll case, you look inside and there are plans, schematics, pages after pages of schematics. Annotated schematics.
Annotated schematics.
And for some reason, the spire is shaped like a penis.
And that's a recent change. So the first thing you realize is this is not a small building. It has well over 50 floors, and it's being held together by magic. Originally, the spire was made as a small tower. Only the first 10 floors are the original structure. Everything else was added. It grew in size, in width, in height, and also in depth. There are at least a dozen floors below ground. You see several mine shafts. One of them going straight down for you're not sure how long. Most likely a good 50 meter more underground after the 12th floor. And this is where there is a chamber where there's excavation taking place, and it is referred to as the Chamber of Crystals. From your experience,
Just about the chamber sequence.
from your experience, audience, from what you know, this is most likely near to where the heart of the dragon was. The dragon that probably is the island itself.
Okay.
You see on the first 10 floors the oldest controls for the spire. This is where the controls for the railway are. This is where a lot of administrative tasks are being taken care of. There's an old workshop there also, but it hasn't been used in a very, very long time. Over the hundreds of years, because now that you see this, you realize that the spire is well over 4,000 years old. It just been kept building on it more and more and more. As you go through time, you see prisons being added, larger workshop, which are now abandoned, and it is annotated that these workshop have been abandoned. The quarters for the wardens become deserted throughout the centuries, less and less of them, and suddenly there is a shift where there is more and more and more machines starting to take care of everything. During the first 2,000 years, the spire grew to being 20-story high and wide enough to encompass an entire village. Security became very impressive at the first floor, although no one is there anymore. A lot of machines, a lot of very impressive machines, which dates from a long time ago, are being stationed there. Actually, some you recognize from your trip in the past, which happened just a few hundred years before the last contact with the outside world of this island chain. You recognize the huge, colossal, knight-like machines positioned at the entrance. You've seen recent version of those on the Mistle Island chain. Can easily imagine that they can take on small armies by themselves. One thing you realize as you're watching all of the annotations and the Spire is that that thing is designed to push back large-scale invasions. The island chain is not, but the Spire can easily sustain long, prolonged siege lasting years on end. This is something that is probably clearer to you, audience, being the most martial type which has had experience with the outside world. Fisher's mostly had experience with one city. But you've seen different things. You've learned different things. This place is better defended than any castle you have ever seen in any book. No amount of war machine would easily be able to penetrate this place. Although the garden has never... You've never seen if the garden has weapon, but judging from how advanced they are, you might imagine that, oh, maybe the garden would be a match for this, but I'm pretty sure they'll never do this for us.
Unless we convince them that the wizard's a multiversal threat. But yes.
This thing is a fortress in every sense of the word. The energy reserve, the magic heatsink of the barriers around this place could withstand an invasion by everyone around them for decades without any problem. And they're
You know what I did see that I could compare it to a little bit? The old city, the old capital in the past, because I was there at the time of their invasion. That was holding out the Eldritch army. How does it compare to that? Since I walked the walls and kind of saw those defenses.
It literally doesn't compare. The Spire is so much better armed and defended. The castle, which you know because of history, castles during those time could easily withstand a siege for several years with their equipment, with a little bit of magic, creating food. This is so much worse. You see arcane ballistas nearly on every floor of the 50th floor. Every single floor can be contained and becomes something that you have to break through one after the other. There's no shortcut. It could probably repel the sum of every single flying thing that you can imagine. You can easily see that someone really got bored over the century and just started to add defenses. At one point, it was justified. There were several incursions. There are places on the map where it's written wall being repaired. But the closer you get to the present annotation, the worse it gets. And you get a feeling that someone either just went completely bonkers, paranoid with security, or, just imagine any gamer that has too much spare time and decides to put a ballista at every single square possible on the wall in front of him.
Okay.
So a
Got
Minecraft
it.
play.
They're playing a 7 days to die, and it's the seventh day. I can't even kill them.
That thing could repel armies larger than you've ever imagined. Aerial assault would be the worst possible thing you could imagine. With all of those ballistas, it would be horrible. And of course, with the barrier generator being located at 12 different locations in the Spire, which means you can't just burst through the barrier. There are layers of barrier, and layers of barrier protecting smaller parts of the tower, and then layers of barrier protecting each floors. There are several crew quarters for the wardens, which have been converted into storage for machines. So as you're watching those plans, you eventually fall on the floor where you see, holy crap, that's hundreds upon hundreds of machines in there. There's enough to wage a war.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, guys. I'm not too worried about the hunter god priestess bringing in an army and taking the place. I'll tell you that much. I think it's pretty safe from that. In the good news. Bad news, it's also not going to be easy to ever take if we wanted to do that.
On that note, probably Tobiyashi, since this is your plan, you do notice one annotation which would help you on this. Because there hasn't been anyone living in the tower, with the exception of the mage, the wizard, and maybe a few acolytes. Everything has been taken care of by machines, not sentient machines. So it's very orderly in there. Probably not too hard figuring out how to walk between patrols, because they wouldn't have the reflex of changing the patrols. They move on a set path, at least 100 years ago. Of course, things could have changed, but from everything you've learned, it most likely hasn't.
Everything will be very predictable
Yes.
in its patterns.
The spire is filled with very large rooms, long hallways. Once it was probably a very comfortable living for the warden, but now it's just empty halls. Just like the land outside. You can't help but feel like a sense of watching something that died and that is not fully dying. As if the spire itself was undead.
Empty halls and empty tables.
You see something that might help. Few hallways which aren't usually frequently patrolled. probably takes at least a day, but you figure out a way to move through the spire. It doesn't take you in any sensitive area. Also, although on a few occasions there is a risky moment where you have to go through a very open hallway, large enough to accommodate large creatures, large machines. But if you time this properly, it could be possible to just slip through. You still are going to have to walk 50 flights of stairs to get up there. And the last 10, you'll be on the outside. You see ladders, gantries, moving up the side of the tower for the last 10 floors, where you need to go. You think you've figured out a place where you could put the beacon. You're going to go through maintenance crawlways and these 10 floors outside, and it's going to be cold out there because you're really high up and it's very windy outside. And once you put the beacon, you're going to have to come back down because you're going to be on the outside, opened in every single direction. And there is an annotation warning about mist ravens. So you'll have to go back inside. And since everything is patrolled at one point or another, you can't just sit down in one of those crawlways and wait for the garden to be able to reach you. You're gonna have to go back down and start moving about in the spire to avoid being detected, or go all the way back down, get out of the spire, and wait, because you don't know how long it's actually going to take. This tower, with everything you're seeing, and it's probably more evident for Fisher and Remy, there's bound to be a lot of magical energy being emitted by this. So a lot of factors that the garden needs to get through in order to be able to beam you out.
So we should probably place the orb maybe first, go do everything else, and then come back. Maybe, as a possible idea.
Just as a reminder, wasn't our initial plan essentially to have a Civ get started at the bottom of the spire, since he had his own stuff to deal with, while we worked our way to the top and then worked our way back down?
Yes, the original plan that you mentioned was to let Civ go at the bottom to get what he needs to heal Krill, while you go up, get the beacon, and then find the divine being that you think is hidden in there.
Yeah. Well, what I was thinking was so it was already our plan, right?
Well, that was the original plan. You might have changed it.
Yeah, I was saying we haven't seen the map before. Go ahead, Remy. Sorry.
And I think also Sip was going to be the one to if he got done while he was down there before we got there. It's lower the power / intensity of the shard down there with the scroll that we got. Specifically for this purpose.
Civ does mention that he is able, if you want, to try and get to one of the control station and maybe try and monitor you. Might be able to give you a bit of a heads up if something is moving your way. So long as you give him a way to communicate with all of you.
one thing I
He
would
currently
also
doesn't have an orb.
No, it's been eaten.
yeah.
Yeah,
One of us
who
would have to give
currently?
him an orb. Oh, I
Yeah,
have an
who of
orb.
us?
You all
I'll
have
give
one.
away my orb again.
We all have one? I thought we gave.
I took Jorg's.
Oh,
Took
right.
Jorgs. One thing I would say too, just for everyone aware, and this is specifically for you, Civ. As you said before, if there is a chance that your orange friend, not actual friend, is waiting for us there, we know that he can track, like Remy, you said he could track like what, soul signatures or something? Magic signatures? Am I correct in stating this?
I'm trying to think if Remy said that or not.
I thought you did, but now I can't remember if you specifically said it. Or I thought you made a point at least to be like invisibility. I don't know if you told us the details. I thought you said like invisibility and other hiding doesn't work on.
If I remember correctly, the point that Remy made was, in some way, he was able to track you throughout the city and make sure to catch you before you left. It was never determined how he did this.
Okay. Well, I'll say so. However he is, we know that he has honestly a far larger interest in Civ than any of us, as shown by the city. So that might be honestly another reason, Civ, for you to stay separate, because as proven, we can't really do anything against him if he finds us. But also, I don't think he'd necessarily take the time to look for us. If he does figure out that you're in the Spire, he'd be more interested in finding you. So at least till the very end, which might be another reason for us to stay separate, if we're assuming that he's there, which you said you were.
Very well, very well.
Just something to think about.
It is an understandable concern. And yes, of course, I can make sure to stay away from your group, act as a diversion in some way. I could even plan a route to different control station, to never stay at the same place too long. Make sure that you are all watched over while I'm watching over myself.
Yes, and then, again, we don't exactly know the radius, but we're hoping the radius, so hopefully, if one of us can even get the orb up and running once we can teleport out, it won't matter if we're directly next to each other. We'll just try and be as close to the orb as possible, if we have a way to communicate. Yeah, so honestly, if we just did alternate routes, you go low, we go high, and then you start slowly working your way up as we work our way down, but in different routes, then that would probably make the most sense of at least one of our groups in succeeding what we're trying to do.
Yes, of course.
So is this diagram thing with the annotations, is it on multiple pieces of paper?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Shit. I wanted to give Civ a copy. Unless, Civ, can you remember all of this?
Yes, of course. I'll manage.
Okay.
Remy, make a perception roll as you're watching these maps.
Oops, I was about to picked up a D8, not a D20. That's like that
That's
would
not
have
gonna work.
significantly narrowed my
Well, you know.
my possibilities. That will be 27.
Okay. Because of the research you've done, there's one annotation that draws your attention. Since you haven't shared it with anyone, it speaks to you personally when you see this annotation. in one room, something like the 38th floor, you see two words: helping hand. Do you remember
The
what?
grave.
Do you remember what that is?
Sure, it's good. This would have been.
In a library, when you did research.
This was when I was doing the research for on Fisher's behalf, right?
I think, I'm not sure. It's about something that was brought in 1,000 years ago.
Oh yeah, right, that thing. So, specific somewhere, but it's like maybe it's just like his eyes like glancing over, just like sees it and then points at it.
What you see in this small room in the 38th floor, it looks like a storage room, but it's too intricately linked to the spire. You see two canisters, but one has a small annotation saying depleted. The other one has no such annotation. There is such a large quantity of machines in there. And with an Arcana roll by someone.
Me.
By someone.
Arcana wall going once, going twice.
24.
All right, that's good enough. You recognize this equipment as being some sort of generator. At least it's meant to generate something, drawing its strength from this helping hand. Remy, it's difficult for you to explain, I know, but you're the only one in the group who actually knows what the helping hand refers to. A piece of equipment dating back to the shattering itself.
It's like I mean, like I could be wrong in this, but I could have sworn that like I'd actually made a copy of that entry because that was like the really old one.
Yes,
Like
yes, it was part of the extremely old one. Yeah. Oh well, all right. So you can.
Yeah, it's like because in fact I think I specifically gave that
Okay.
copy to Fisher because it
Okay,
helped
well
the
then
most.
in that case, Fisher, probably Remy just points to your backpack.
I go rifling through it.
So, with Remy's help, you find this very old, well, copy of a very old document. Talking about...
You can tell it's old because like all the words are spelled incorrectly, air quote, because there's a lot of extra E's where there shouldn't be.
Old dialect. But it refers to a piece of equipment which dates back to the shattering itself, when the original landmass fell from the sky, shattering itself in the ocean below. The helping hand is a piece of equipment, and audience, I'm leaving this to you. Should Fisher say something about this? Your god might have included this in his version of how the world is. Because the helping hand is part of what supposedly was keeping the original landmass in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Like the image says, the helping hand. There were 5 components to this. So I'm leaving it to you. Did your god ever include this element in some shape or form in the history that he told you? If he did, and if Fisher says something about this, you could, if you want, regale us with your version of what this might have been.
Let me hear what Fisher says, and then I'll tell you if it's something that would have matched what my god would have said. I think my god would have probably mentioned it, but I don't know how much detail he would have put into it. So let me see what Fisher says and see if anything I know would actively go against what my god said.
So for you, Fisher, you don't know that it is something that is supposed to be 5 device, but
I just know it's part of.
it's part of what was keeping the island up.
Mm-hmm. I think I'll just say that this appears to be part of whatever held the
Continent. That's how it's been called. It's the shattered continent.
in the air before it fell and broke, and then this is part of that, whatever it was.
I heard there were 5 pieces, and they were each worn by a dragon, with the beat of their wings, to help keep the continent in the air.
That's not surprising. Okay.
Do you think maybe this dead dragon could have been one of them?
That is definitely possible. At first, Fisher was like, okay, yeah, of course, that's what audience thinks. And then he's like, yeah, but there's the dead dragon. And the Fisher's like, oh shit, maybe. Dang it. That kind of makes sense.
It all comes back to the dragon.
Then being outside of audience's religion, Fisher, and probably Tobiyashi, because you're the one who's the most knowledgeable with religion, it is common knowledge that there are 2 commonly belief origin to the shattered continent.
It's
one,
the gods and the dragons, right?
well, one story says that the original landmass was a floating continent. The other one says that it was more like a ship, an ark. One story says that because of the machines, it fell from the sky. The other story says that because of dragons, it fell from the sky. Both story involves a long drawn-out war.
So what I say doesn't not make sense.
No, it
in terms
could.
of
Mm-hmm.
Of course,
What if it's
audience
both?
presents a third option because it doesn't match either of those two. Because he doesn't say that it's because of the dragon that they fell.
And then with that Arcana check, I saw that the helping hand was
A very, very
powering a
it's
generator
powering
of some sort.
something. It's
Okay.
giving massive amount of energy. Judging from this, you can probably deduce that it's something akin to a mist generator, in the sense that it's designed to absorb energy from something and use it in some way. And it's designed to absorb massive amount of energy.
Maybe it's absorbing the power from the
Fisher,
the shard thing.
make a investigation roll.
The shard thing's down in the basement, though.
Yeah.
This is on the 38th floor. Investigation. That's still not bad. Math. 16.
Okay. This is something that comes back to your mind.
Shit, you left the oven on. I mean, wouldn't that be an interesting thing? Just like, you only remember up to like a few years ago, but you were actually like, potentially like centuries old. And that's the thing you like focus on. It's like, oh shit, I left the oven on.
There's an engine from a train that's still running somewhere. So Fisher, there's this part of one of your dream that comes back into your mind. If this is true, then what's happening in that chamber is atrocious.
Because it said there were 2 canisters. One was empty.
One said depleted.
Okay. Do I think so the helping hand, am I thinking it's one of or was both of the canisters, or is the helping hand
You don't have those details.
helping?
All the scroll says that there is a piece of equipment that was brought in, and it is in that room. Maybe there were several of these devices brought in. Maybe it's only a single one that was deconstructed in several smaller devices. There is no way to tell.
Okay.
I do assume that room will probably be more heavily guarded than probably some of the others.
Do you guys remember that dream I talked to you guys about? Where they
Yes.
were like cutting up the things and using it to feed people?
Yes.
Well, there were 2 beings in that dream. One of them was dead. There's 2 canisters in that room. One of them's empty.
Interesting.
So you think they're cutting up people and feeding it to the hand?
It might not specifically be. Might not be a. It's probably more like a metaphor. But yes.
It's something we should check out if we are able. Is
Okay.
what I'm hearing. I agree.
Yes.
I agree with Fisher that it is definitely something if we think we can do it without risking our, if it's something that's capable of us, we should definitely try and check it out.
All right. We do have a lot on our plates already.
It's also
Yeah.
something that is feeding an enormous amount of energy to something that is using
Well,
that
do you think
enormous amount of energy to make something. So
Do you think the barriers? It could
interrupting
either okay.
that, possibly, yeah, interrupting that in some way would probably.
Maybe I have two theories. It's either powering all the barriers that are surrounding the island, or the wizard himself. I mean, he is super strong. I mean, super powerful. He could be siphoning the power somehow.
Yeah. We know he has that shield, and we also do know that wizards, or something I know about wizards, is they're very good at harnessing power that doesn't belong to them.
Yeah.
And you know he's been maintaining himself alive for longer than humans are supposed to be able to be alive.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely possible. But also, if it's something that's powering him directly, just know that if we mess with that, that's something he will probably... Well, that's something he would probably notice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's something he'd probably notice, but it's also something that would probably
weaken
him.
Just in case you didn't realize this, Fisher, you don't have to say it out loud, but if everything you just said is true, then it can also mean this.
Yes. That's kind of where I was thinking.
Okay, just to be sure.
So that might be something you want to do last.
When we're leaving? I was thinking,
when we're leaving.
if there's any way we can at least harm it for when people come back to this island. No judgment here, guys. No judgment here. We could place the bomb there while we're running away, right? We place the bomb, it explodes. It's damaged at least for when somebody comes back.
Yeah,
we don't know of any way to shut it off, guys.
Yeah, because there's absolutely no problem in putting a bomb in a generator.
Toby, personally, and I don't know how Fisher feels about this, but personally, the helping hand is something that was there at the very beginning, and personally, it would be against my wishes to destroy it if there was any other possible way to deal with it.
Incidentally, do I need to start keeping like a bottle of wine off to the side and just like take a shot anytime somebody refers to the bomb?
Yeah, okay, viewers at home, this is the bomb shot game.
Every time Kobayashi says bomb, you have to give the channel 10 cents. I mean, you have to take a shot.
I understand that defeating the wizard is of import,
cheaper.
But I also want you to think about the damage that could be done of destroying a potential object that was there since basically the beginning.
Also, part of me is thinking that either one of the canisters or the helping hand itself or something in that room, I think that's where Mom is.
Okay.
So we don't want to blow up.
Maybe taps his talon to his beak.
What does that mean? Beak goes? What is beak goes?
So basically what we're saying, Remy, is bomb is not happening. But we should...
Wait, you're telling me that, right? Remy already
Yes.
knows bomb isn't happening.
Well, I mean, I can tell you. I'm also in control
He specifically
of the bomb.
said that in response to what Fisher just said.
Wait,
This
so
isn't-
if it is Mom, do you think Dad is dead now? Do you think Dad was the other canister?
Ahunak looks at you, Remy, and says, "No, I don't think it's your mom."
I mean,
Well, I'm interested. So, what I know of my history of the helping hand, besides just, again, if there are 5 pieces, if one of these pieces happens to be a being and Fisher's mom, then that changes a lot of what I know about, or
You
what
say
I
a
was
being?
told. A being instead of an object.
being.
Oh, a being. A being.
Not
Well,
being.
it doesn't
Okay,
have
sorry.
to, but it makes it
No.
more difficult. Because you know that some magical object have awareness inside of them. Fisher has one. This one could be a
Yeah.
version much more powerful, but it would indicate that there is a will inside. From your perspective, audience, it could be that it's a magical object that belonged to a dragon, or you can make the leap that the consciousness of that dragon, of one of those 5 dragon holding the island up, might actually be inside of that ring.
Yeah.
Of
Well,
that
I also
object.
wasn't told. So the details I wasn't told was I think I was more told that it was an object that was more connected, but not necessarily a part of the dragons themselves. So I would also easily just make the leap that even if it is another being, it was just a being that was in partnership with whatever dragon it was paired to.
Yeah, no, I'm just mentioning
But-
that there are objects,
Or aware objects.
when the owner dies, the soul gets dragged inside.
Yes. Anyway, I am also interested, along with Fish,
So
for different reasons.
So for audience in audience's mind, actually Fisher might be your step brother.
Fisher?
Because of dragons.
Hey, you.
And later we find out that Raimi wasn't actually born to Kenku, but he was actually born from a dragon egg.
all right. Well, with all of this,
Oh, sorry, I found the wrong pot.
with all of this, I think since next step is to take on the Spire, unless you have something else to talk about, more planning to do, I think we could take the break right now. And
I think Toby wanted to take the break.
yes,
Yeah, I need to-
he did
I need to
ask.
go do
That's why
something.
I'm saying
Yeah.
this.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right,
Love you, chat.
see you after the break. So, we go on break, or do you want to keep talking?
No, we can go.
You can go.
We
on the
can go
break.
on break.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's go with the marsh sound. Yes, we got the marsh sound. All right, and for the break. No, that's not it. Here you go. All right, see you in 15 minutes. Bye. Hello and welcome back. Oh, we did try and give a little bit of more time to Tobiyashi to come back, but I guess it's just too important to come back and care for his friend. It's the way that life is, I guess.
Cut to Christmas Eve. It's like invading this like a long tower building that's been taken over by some mobsters.
Be careful. Some people might call
His
you
cat
racist for
murdered
this.
somebody, and he has to get rid of the body.
Oh, well, usually it's the other way around. No, he did say something came up. Maybe his cat arrived in with a body in his mouth. You're right. Awkward.
Don't you just hate it when you have to constantly hide the bodies that your cat generates for you?
So, just to be clear, in order of events that we're playing right now, just to make sure I'm on the same page as everybody, we're trying to go place the orb first, then we're trying to go down, and then
So
figure it out from there.
simultaneously, once you figure the way in, because that part hasn't been talked about,
Yeah.
once you are inside, your party goes upward and Civ goes downward to get what he needs. When you arrived up and he's done, he tries to go back up to control center to help you a little bit, and then he starts moving around from control center to control center while you try to go back down and either just try and survive or try and go help the helping hand.
a helping hand, or even go or try and even see if we can maybe shut down the the portal.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you wanted Civ to do this, so Civ is going to go get what he needs, then go to the portal and try to dampen it, and then to a control booth. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because that's to help speed up the orb and guarding connection process.
Yes.
Because otherwise, there's just a bunch of energy creating interference.
But I am right that our first main objective we're trying to accomplish is actually place the orb.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it just makes sense to place the orb first so that there's enough time for it to actually establish connection.
No, I was on that as well. I just was like making sure we were all on the same page. And then, yeah, okay. Then we just have to figure our way in. But
all right.
As they said, there should at least be somewhat regulated patrols, so we should be able to.
We're also
work around that.
Going in the loading dock.
Well,
where there will be people to receive us.
Well, that's part of how are you going to get in, because there is going to be a small patch of land before you arrive. So you can either try to leave the train as it's slowing down, or you can go in with the train where you'll be greeted by a lot of machines.
Mm-hmm.
However, technically there was a special... We still have the letter with the stamp, right? Of the special ops group that was supposed to recover the train. Or clear the way.
Okay, they were just supposed to clear the...
How much more time do we have?
We are on right now.
Okay.
Yeah. What I'm saying we could say, though, this is just potential if we want to try this. We could say that after clearing the path, our train was too damaged, and we had heard that there might be a recoverable train in the center, and so that's because that was the reason we gave.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's an option we want to go for, we could also just be like, hey, we're the special ops group that's, and we have the stamp of approval for that. Mm-hmm. So it's a somewhat believable story.
Uh-huh.
And then that also might allow us to at least initially move about a little bit more freely, because they'd be like, well, you're supposed to be here.
Uh-huh.
Until we started doing until we tried to do other shit, and then they'd be like, no. But at least initially they might be like, okay, well, that makes sense. It all depends if they have, or whoever greets us, because it's not necessarily, it all depends on who greets us, and then of the people who greet us, how much information they had about that special group. Like, do they actually have their, identification, or, like, do they know what they look like, or would they just be like, well, this group is stamped, obviously they were correct, but... So it all depends.
Yeah, that's not something we can know ahead of time. That's something we just gotta roll the dice.
Yeah.
Gotta go.
If we aren't doing that, someone else is doing that.
Maybe minor illusions, a calendar.
Are we past the time we'll be able to use that?
No, not if we said there were complications. It's more, though, also would have the other group have reported in that their mission was taken?
Oh, yeah.
Because we've been there for a while.
Amy nods and points to the calendar he made. And then just kind of glides his talon along a number of days.
Yeah.
It is true.
But it also depends of the people that greet us if they were aware of that report.
We get greeted by the special ops people.
That'd be kind of funny. Hey, were you? No, were you? We're each other?
And then you hear one go, not again.
Thought we were done with the evil power.
So we're trying to figure out how to get on the island.
Yeah.
Well, we're really just deciding if we want to go, because at this point we're pretty much going to get there. It's, do we want to use the fact that we have a better train, we have a pretty good excuse coming in? Do we want to go all the way into the loading docks and basically try and bluff our way through any potential machines that meet us there? Or do we want to try and jump out beforehand and try and then, like, sneak in, which has its own challenges?
Yeah, the ballistas, people taking watch on the outside.
Ramey's just
on the
gonna
schematics-
casually go over to the annotated schematics to see if there's like what looks to be like any exploitable points of entry.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
Is there
like
any on the
anywhere
map?
we could get inside from. That look.
Well, all right. So, other than the loading dock from which you are going to enter, there is a main gate to this, which, unsurprisingly, looks heavily protected. Other than this, there are two other points that you can possibly exploit, which have their own problems. There is the ever interesting finding your way through the sewer of this place. There is an entry point where you think usually water comes out. You could try and do this through there, which for some reason you feel like you've seen this in so many books, and every time you read this in a book, you're always going, they're so lucky that no one flushed some sort of toilet somewhere.
Why do I always get the shit jobs?
I mean, they are mostly machines, so there probably
them
wouldn't be that
having-
much flushing.
Or them having a self-cleaner. Well, yeah, there's probably not a reason for a self-cleaner down there, right?
No, but it is a place where waste material comes out of. So take it or leave it. These are the waste material of a wizard's spire. Some of this can be quite hazardous.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that could be some not great.
Wizards have like the most nervous shits.
Well, it's more the fact that of the, like, runoff of, like, magic from their experiments that usually you don't necessarily want to be hit by.
The other point is one where you have this not again thing. You do find what could be considered an emergency staircase. It goes nearly all the way up with no place to rest. You'd be walking up straight 40 floor, and a very steep staircase exposed to the outside elements, with nowhere to hide should Mistraven see you and decide that you're easy picking, other than just jumping off.
You know, would it have killed the Shinra Corporation to at least have that stairway inside?
I'll say this. My vote is honestly just to go to the loading dock, simply for the reason that because they're expecting us, I don't think there would be a large group or necessarily that many higher-ups coming to greet us.
Well, if
But
they allowed it, like they already gave us the go-ahead to go, right? There's going to be some security there because they don't exactly know who we are and who's bringing the train here. They just know that it's a train that was lost.
Well, they have
Yes.
confirmation from two other points.
Yeah. So, which my point is, I think security would initially be very light, and necessarily
Okay.
not like higher up security, because they'd
Yeah.
be like. And that's just my argument for trying to get all the way in.
We
but
haven't
I also
been
understand.
made yet, so might
Yeah.
as well try and keep it.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
if you want a more guarantee of not,
What are we
being
going to do with
made-
Civ, though?
Well, Civ, I'm less worried about Civ. Civ, as you've seen, can like completely make his signature like undetectable. Like I don't.
Okay.
I'm not as worried about Civ as us.
I mean, that sounds like a good idea to me. I think going to the sewer is kind of scary.
Sewer seems scary. Water seems scary, and staircase seems very luck based, and I don't like leaving things up to luck.
Raimi is going to put up a minor illusion of a parchment with a giant letter B on it.
Letter B.
What's our plan B? If we
Like,
don't bluff our way through?
Raimi nods.
I feel like that's kind of the weakness of that is if we don't, we're immediately, that's it. We're just in a fight with whoever's in the loading dock, which is probably a decent amount.
Well, we could also, yeah, but I mean, the other thing too, right, is, okay, here's why I think the benefit of trying to bluff, because let's say we try anything else, automatically, the Spire's gonna know something's up if the train arrives and there isn't, the
Anybody
people who
there,
gave
so
the
they'll be on
signal
high alert.
on it.
Mhm.
They're immediately gonna go to high alert. We bluff our way through. The Spire's
We-
not immediately on high alert.
Uh-huh.
Like, yes, obviously, but you could also say worst case scenario for the other steps, they find out about us, or we just take a lot of damage, or there's something unexpected we don't know about. Like, I feel like at least we have some parameters we can work around within the loading dock. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, obviously if we have to jump into a fight immediately, that's bad, but there's also the whole point if we go any of the other routes, if we see anyone, we're going to have to jump into a fight immediately anyway, because they're already going to be on high alert and not expect us there.
Mm-hmm.
This is our chance of maybe not having the Spire be on high alert.
Okay, so
All these, I think it just seems like we're never actually using Plan A.
you're not wrong.
Well, it happened once.
Also, Civ will be with us, so again, if they don't send initially to the if they don't send one of the high-end enemies, which I don't think they should, because they have no reason to.
I mean, other than this is where the trains come in.
Yeah. But I don't think that's... Obviously, as we've seen on this map, they have other more important parts of the Spire to guard than just the trains.
Are there just a fuck ton of ballistas inside the loading dock, or is that
Well, let's look at the schematics.
seem clear?
Well, the schematics does show that it is heavily protected to get inside. Once you're inside, it's still going to be very difficult if you want to force your way in, because there are several layers of isolation doors and barriers preventing someone from getting in. There are 6 ballistas pointing inward, so something powerful enough to push back against a significant force, blanketing the entire area. But you also have, and the problem is you don't know exactly if they're still there, because the youngest map you have is 100 years old, or if they've been upgraded. But there are a number of countermeasures used for organic infiltration. Gas vents of various elements.
I'm sure that's true for the sewer and waterways as well, though. I mean, if this place is as guarded as I've seen, they've probably covered their bases of the sewer and the obvious points that people try and sneak in from. Of probably having countermeasures there as well.
Well, I think this plan, the plan to go in, is a good idea.
What's the pitch for? What's our story for bluffing our way in? Are we trying to go with were those adventures?
This
'Cause
plan
I
has
mean,
a
I think
99%
they've
chance
checked
that
in
we
by
are going to
now.
get captured.
It's like,
I feel like that's our best bet is that we're the. I mean, because otherwise, who are we saying we are? Just random people who found the train. No one else lives on Mid-Sal.
Well, maybe we were. Oh yeah, huh? How'd we get to Mid-Cell?
I mean, that's where we have our evidence. Is that letter, and there's a chance, right? Like, I mean, you've seen how much red tape there is to get things to the Spire. Like, I mean, there is a chance that it wasn't reported, and also we don't have the same train. Remember, we don't have the same train that was stolen.
Yeah.
They might have reported the train that was stolen, but if they didn't report this train, they might not connect the two. I mean, these are machines, right? These might not be, they're not going to be like logically thinking. Well, they might be logically, but I mean, they're not, you know what I mean? They're not going to be extrapolating past what the evidence we have is.
Depends on what kind. You know that from the enforcers, you know that depending on their level of sophistication, they are adaptable or not.
And this is also our one chance also to have Civ with us if a fight breaks out, which means he could quickly, if a fight breaks out, eliminate it, and then we could leave and try and avoid, but before the countermeasures were applied.
Put into place. That's a good idea. We could do I read this book about, I think it was Star Wars. I'm just gonna say no, I'm just saying. we get there, we pull someone in and use them as a disguise. We walk in there freely.
Yes, we pull in a machine and use them as a disguise.
Yeah.
First off, they're called the Astral Wars.
You could take off your chest plate, right? What if you put on their chest plate with their number? And then,
what about the rest of us?
Well,
hey, this is my friend, the random meat people that just happen to be with me. These are like my bros from back home. Like
one of us can be the. Well, with all that said, oh well, they're not expecting a prisoner, huh? They're just expecting a prison train.
Yeah. We literally have. We could just be like, we have collected the prison train. I mean, we can literally start by just being like, here's the prison train we collected. We don't even need to give the other evidence. I think it's just if they ask who we are, that's the best answer we have for giving who we are.
I think it's a good idea. I don't have any other ideas that we could do that's going to be safer.
I think it's better to get inside there and start, like, at least we're already inside at that point.
Civ, what do you think about this?
I think you all want to have a very early death, but yes, this does appear to be the easiest way in, although it is the one that relies the most on luck of who is going to be greeting you.
Okay, and then okay. The sewer option, I think, is also one, but also the high alert thing. Fuck.
Well, here is one thing. We do know that there is an entity of incredible power living in that tower, and there is a wizard who has been draining energy from it, which means whatever waste material from that is bound to be exiting that way. So periodically, you have a bomb coming.
Yeah.
We just don't know the interval between each bombs.
I don't want to deal with going through a sewer with the bomb. I'm just going to be honest. I think the other route I would most likely look at is the stairs.
Hey, look, this is weird, but weird, but Ramey's going to look over to the the annotation to see, like, hey, what does it say about the sewer? Does it actually give an interval time for how long it flushes its waste system?
No, it does state, however, that there is a very prominent and, as of now, on catalog, fungal flora living in there.
Yeah, I'm skipping it. I'm good, guys. I'm gonna be real. I'm good.
Well,
Jack, and I know why you put that joke in there. You shown me the pictures.
I don't think we have a plan B or a plan C. I think we can only hope on plan A. And if it does go wrong, then we just got to go with the flow at this point.
Plan D is if combat starts, we quickly we try and figure out what sets off the countermeasures that we have Civ take out. I mean, we try and basically make sure that the countermeasures aren't put into place for as long as possible. That's our plan B if combat starts. But
All right.
also our plan, I'll say this, our plan B is also try and get out of the hangar and start moving upward as quick as possible. Because at that point in time, we try and basically lose sight of, break sight lines and try and get into the, I mean,
Building.
we can look at the map, like try and find a place we could potentially lose them, like a crawl space or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's our plan B, is we try and get out of the hangar as quick as possible and up to like one of the crawl spaces.
Even if we have to split up.
I mean, I'd prefer not to split up, but also, again, if Civ, well, we are splitting up from Civ, so, and as I said, Civ just honestly is the bigger threat, so the hope would be a lot more of their energy would be directed towards him going down than us going up.
Oh, okay, I'm ready for the plan. Other than that,
Okay.
the worst case scenario is we get greeted by Civ's friend, and
Well, things go very wrong if that happens, but hopefully that doesn't happen.
Right.
I mean, actually, technically the worst possible thing is the wizard's just standing there to greet us, but again, hopefully he doesn't have time to greet the random-ass trade coming in.
Well, judging from the contingent of machines that you saw on the floors, yeah, there was a room that was labeled Griever Storage. So
Yeah.
you know that there are at least several dozen Grievers stored
Which,
in
again,
this Spire.
as we know, the best strategy for us right now with them is just to avoid them. So,
I mean, this could be an undercover boss situation. Although now I'm just imagining like the wizard, like wearing like a metal hat. So
all right.
it's like
I think
I
this
am a
is our-
construct.
Best bet. And we still have our train uniforms, don't we?
We
Oh,
I
right,
don't
but
think we
but we got rid of them because we were also saying, like, if we were this assassin group, we wouldn't be dressed in train uniforms.
We could also just be another adventuring group where we went to Mid-Sal and we found this and we're like, hey, we could probably get a reward for bringing it back to the tower.
Yeah, honestly, I actually like that better. Because to be honest, they don't at least have definite evidence to confirm, hey, these are not the people that they say they are. We do also have to remember, though, that we should probably use disguises, because I think that me and Toby are on their wanted list with our current faces. They may have a wanted list to check of the people, so we might want to disguise me and Toby.
Yeah, you've been reported as having unidentified magic object.
Yeah.
And you
But
only
Toby
had
and I
1
should-
week you only had 1 week to report in, and you're past that week.
Yeah, so I'm saying me and Toby are already, I think, wanted in our natural forms, so we might need to disguise that. I know Remy can disguise me. I don't know about Toby.
Well, apparently we don't have to worry about Tobiyashi because he's gone.
He,
Well, who can?
he
who
learned
else
the
can
invisibility spell. His
Oh.
object leveled up.
Nice. Who can anyone else? Does anyone else
I
have
mean,
a
if-
spell that can?
Like, I also have minor illusion.
Okay, that's what I meant. We have 2 people who can cast minor illusion.
And we're doing it to hide your face?
Yes, because me and you are wanted.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Good thing
So we
someone
would like to-
remembered.
So we would like to not walk in and then be like, "Hey, these are the wanted people. Thanks for delivering yourselves to us."
Mm-hmm.
The
We really
prisoners on the
appreciate it
prisoner
when-
train.
We really appreciate it when wanted people come and deliver. You know, we don't have to send an extra train out to find them.
Like we actually at least lessen your sentence by like a whole day if you self-surrender.
So instead of spending the next 25 years, you're going to be spending the next 24 years and 364 days.
Yeah. On good behavior, that can maybe be lowered to 363.
Well,
All right, let's do it, guys.
where's the epic music at?
Once you're
Maybe.
inside.
Is there any way to change the letter that we got to say we got permission? Is there any way to like change the writing so it's not for that specific group, but it's just a letter of approval to go to Mid-South?
Well, Remy has 2 days, so he could always forge something. The problem is that he needs to exactly what is supposed to be written in there.
Well, I think
Basically, just these adventure party was
less.
given permission. Yeah, was just given permission to recover
Just
the train.
just
and
take
then with
out
the seal.
the part about a spider on the tracks and just say these people. Although that was from, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying if we actually put, then we at least still have the seal if we need that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like I
But the
said,
seal would help.
Remy has 2 days to perfect this.
All right, Remy, we're gonna be doing some forging.
Can I assist Remy since I'm good at them?
Technically,
Technically, I already have advantage.
Oh, never mind then.
Look, it's like the well, not the singular, but like one of the only things that. So,
Okay. So yeah, so I guess we'll have Remy do the forging, and then we'll also change our appearances.
Alright. So, the first part of this journey takes you to the first checkpoint. When you arrive there, there is a small break where you're asked to leave the train. When Orunak sees who's coming, he immediately has the reflex of cutting the acorn and giving it to Remy. And as he's petrifying, he just looks at Remy and says, I don't think they've ever seen me in this place before. And he just petrifies. And just before his mouth petrifies, remember to throw my body off the train.
Yeah. I would also say we should also probably change me and Toby's appearance to whatever it should be now at the checkpoints in case they have cameras, so they're not like, who are these random people? And,
Yeah, I mean, we can start now.
oh,
Yeah.
I guess also Remy got to witness the.
I just punt Ornak's body off the train into the water.
I was saying like the kerchief, like like a swallow, like or nice magic items, and then.
all right, Remy, decide what face I'm going to have for this talk. I assume I'm going to be talking to them, so whoever you want to have be talking to the machines.
It's like, you know what? It's like Remy is going to give him the most nondescript face for somebody of his size and build.
So you look like a human with a very thick beard.
All right, sounds good. And
Tall human.
Fisher, do something with Toby.
He looks like a short human with a long beard. No.
Also, Toby, hide your silks. Silks might be somewhat of a
will do.
giveaway.
I'll hide them. Shit, that means I can't have them out.
Well, it's
No.
it's just going to take you
An action to
an
take them
get
out.
them out if you need.
Well, for this, it should be. This is just the checkpoint. This is just in case they
Alright.
have some way to view
I
us.
will suck my silk back into my body.
Are you sure you want to use that phrase?
Yeah. Just like a normal spider, Just how spiders
So
do.
for some reason, you see Toby actually turning around and you hear, and you see all the silk.
Oh God.
Toby actually is getting grosser and grosser.
It's gonna turn into amalgam soon.
And yeah, that
Oh, the
that bite
lonely
infected
driver.
me.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, it's Tom.
Oh, you know him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
Toby just looks like a really old dude. Big
Hey,
white-
Sonny, I can't see.
Toby, you are part of an
Put my
adventuring
glasses
party.
on.
I hope you could see. You're more of the badass old dude,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
not the.
Iroh when he gets out of prison.
Except not quite as jacked, because that man was.
Yeah.
Whew, that man was built.
Well, you know, he did spend a few months training every single day.
I'm not usually one for gilfs, but
All right, so the train slowly stops. You're asked to leave the train by a device which just simply seems to be floating. Takes a moment, he scans the train, scans every single one of you. Takes a moment, scan Fisher, scans Remy, scans Tobiashi, scans audience. Then he seems to go inactive for a few minutes. Then when he reactivates, he comes back to you and says, "Please go wait in the waiting area."
Alright.
It's a small place. It's not all that comfy. But you get the feeling that there's enough place for maybe 20 people to be sitting in this place. In this little room. Very old furniture. You think that there might have been padding at one point on those chairs, but it decomposed and disappeared a long time ago. So you just wait there for about an hour as they're going through the train, watching various elements. Fisher, you can recognize this easily as they are doing their own maintenance on the train. Checking, making sure everything is operational according to specs. Nothing hidden in the train. And after the hour, you're just being told that you can go back into the train and make your way to the next station. Once you get inside, the train goes, and once again, you are facing the huge sea outside. You don't see a lot, but night goes by. Stars are incredible. And this is when there's this moment of stars. There's not supposed to be any stars here right now. That's mostly for you, Fisher. As you have...
Do I see? Is they're apart in the mist?
Well, this is the element which, when you think about it, feels familiar. You remember seeing stars when you were looking outward from the train. And you look at this and it feels familiar. You're not sure what it is. It does seem to be moving in the mist.
it was during your training arc.
Mm-hmm.
So now you know where you saw them. It was most likely here. This is a route you have taken before. This close to the Spire. It is a haunting sight. Bit cold also.
Did you say hunting or haunting?
Haunting, not hunting.
Okay.
Although,
Like it's a hunting site or what?
look at all those bison.
Yes. Bison genocide. You know, it's only wrong when you do it to people. It's not wrong when you do it to animals.
Lessons to live by, folks.
Yeah. If there only had been druids in those times, people would have regretted doing this really quickly. So you're left with this strange sight of lights in the sky that looks a bit like stars. But there is something that's unsettling when you're looking at them, is that you realize, well, they're not stars. It's normal when you look outside and you go fast that stars don't move. But here, it's not stars. And if you can see them, it means that they're less than 1,000 feet away. But they're not moving also. So it's something following you.
Did the security orbs glow that I remember?
Not that you remember. But it is possible. They can be modified in many ways.
Alright. We're being tracked by whatever those things are.
I mean, that's probably just one of their security measures. That's not surprising. As we know, Wizard is super paranoid, so as long as there's nothing suspicious, I think we're fine.
I'll annotate this right next to the train tracks on the map.
Weird lights. The night goes by and nothing happens with those lights. They disappear when the morning comes. And they reappear when the night comes. During the travels, the second station is exactly the same as the first one. You're being asked to leave the train to go into a waiting area, and they scan the train, do more maintenance. You don't know if they're doing exactly the same thing, like machines programmed to follow a list of things to do. But since there's no way to come back in from that point, it's sort of pointless for them to do this. But if they're machines, then yeah, it is pointless. But it's also pointless to try and pointing out to them. They do their things, and they'll let you go once more.
Alright. We'll keep going.
Train leaves, and once again you're faced with the ocean. Well, sea, because there's an island over there. But you don't see it. Throughout the day, it's getting a little boring. Nothing's happening, really. It's just waiting and waiting and waiting. Especially for you, audience. You know, you feel that anxiety of, come on, I want to do something a little bit. Can I take the train?
Yeah. In this case, I'm actually pretty happy that I was like, let's just keep it all calm, get into the Spire, and then things can kick off.
second day, there's much less wind. However, the temperature drops severely. So you all stay inside because at 30 miles an hour, it's blistering cold. Fisher advise all of you to not leave the booth in the train. It's the most warm place that you can be. Looking outside from those frosted windows, you do notice something in the distance. Large object following. During the first hour of it following, it's way too far to do anything, to have any impact on you. But slowly, after the first hour, they start getting closer and closer and closer. Eventually, you realize that this is some sort of barge, very similar to the one that attacked the train when you changed island the first time. You see them approaching. They seem to be very confident of what they're doing. Suddenly, you have a few alarms that are triggered inside the train. There's a button that just lights up. A little red button.
No, I'm kidding.
Fisher, do you want to press the button? I don't. It's not.
Can I see what it... Does it have a label?
What language is Terranat in?
Construct.
Construct, okay. Yeah. Countermeasures.
Boop.
Wait a minute. Wait. We're just gonna hit the red button.
Yeah, you just see him go, oh, cool, beep. And it just takes maybe 2 seconds. And then you hear...
I just go, hey, guys, check this out. I hit the button.
You hear... And you see 6 orb detaching from the train and going in the direction of that platform. You see the orb going toward the platform and surrounding it. You see the people inside starting to fight back. Shots are being fired. You see beams of energy going in different directions. And you see 4 of the orb positioning themselves at each corner of this barge. Suddenly you see a shock, flash of light. Maybe something... lightning in nature, you don't know. Well, audience, you're pretty sure it's lightning in nature because you know lightning. It's part of your nature, profound nature. And suddenly you see the barge starting to lose strength. It's floating down, but struggling to stay up, but not managing it. It goes down and down and down. And eventually it hits the water. You see the 4 orbs detaching and going back with the 2 others. And the orbs go back to the train. And as you're watching those poor souls on the small barge in the middle of the sea, you notice this reef that starts to emerge. It's easily 200 feet long with jagged edge, and it moves. It moves at a good speed. And eventually you just see the reef go on the side, and you see a huge mouth opening, and the barge is no more.
Wow.
And so ends another rebellion.
Oh, I got kind of bad.
Guys, we're actually going to the Death Star.
They had planned that heist on the train going to the Spire for years. We just ended it.
Well, you'll never know who they were. But now they're
Should have
inside.
invited them on the train.
They're inside of the
Yeah,
belly.
maybe we could have had some. My bad, guys.
Maybe we
I
should have
just-
invited them to help
The
us.
button popped up.
We still
I
have to
really
go through a
wanted to see what
checkpoint.
it
I
did.
still have to scan
Oh,
everybody.
yeah. There's one more checkpoint.
That's a good point. Thank you, audience.
We
Like,
can't
just
invite them.
ignore a button.
They'll blow our cover.
Fisher, from inside of you, you hear, I wonder how many there were.
I wonder how many of them had
I
children.
don't want to.
Yeah.
I wonder how many were just days before retirement.
Yeah.
Jeez.
How many you said one last job before
This
heading
is
out?
my one last job, guys. We got this.
Honestly, from the rebels I've met so far on this island chain, I don't feel that bad.
I mean, they were right. It was one last job.
One way or the other. So you keep on going, watching the place where they were, trying to convince yourself that this was all for the better. You know, they probably had bad intentions.
The greater
Okay.
good.
For the greater good.
Maybe we shouldn't say this to Sashay the next time you see her. Keep on going, and you reach the last checkpoint. This one, however, takes a little bit longer. You're being asked to wait, but not in the same waiting room. In that room, you see dust and moth-eaten cots. Feels like you'd be more comfortable on the ground. At least didn't have to fear
it.
waking up with a moth trying to eat your toes. You get the impression that this means this maintenance is going to take a little bit more time than the previous ones.
Where's my pendant? No, just kidding. I'm not going to look this time.
Are you sure?
Yeah, nope.
Okay.
Nope. Unless. No.
No, honestly. Do you want to see if
I'll
it's...
look at it. I'll just look to see if it's on me.
No, it's not on you.
I'll look around. Hey, get that out of your mouth. Okay.
Are you talking to Remy's cat?
Yeah. I found the pendant. It's in its mouth.
You know what? Because why not? I'm gonna randomly check George's blob. Because I'm not doing anything else and I'm bored.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to. Did they tell us to stay in one spot? Can I look around?
I
Well,
would
they
just
told you
don't
to
do
go
something
into a specific room.
Yeah. Don't.
I'll just look around the room.
Okay. So, audience, you look at the blob, and it's a vigorous wiggle. There definitely is significant danger nearby.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, but we need that.
Yeah. I mean, I assume the issue is it's probably going to be wiggling the whole time we're here. Not really, doesn't show
Mhm.
immediate.
Tobiyashi, make a perception roll if you want to look for your pendant, or if you just want to rummage through the room. Just tell me
Yeah, I'm
which
just
one.
gonna look for my.
Okay.
Looking for my pendant. What is it? 16. 13 plus 3.
Takes a while to find it. But eventually you do find it. It's tied to Fisher's belt.
Oh well. Hey. I think I lost something on you. I'm gonna just grab it real quick.
What?
Nothing. Nothing. I grabbed the pendant off of his waist.
Off of his waist or his waist?
Off of his belt. Off of his belt.
Okay.
Toby, why was your pendant on Fisher's belt?
Hey, don't ask me. It goes where it pleases.
I look around my belt.
Make a perception.
Is there
roll.
anything important on there?
Make a perception roll. Well, Tobiashi, you know that the pendant is tied to a god. And usually when it disappears and reappears somewhere else, there's a message behind this. However, there is always a chance that it's just your god fooling with you, because it is a sort of a trickster god. So you never
It could
know.
either be something. It could either be something
I
important.
got a
Or not.
20.
20?
17 plus 3. So
Okay.
yeah, not
So Tobiashi, you know that it's most likely something important, but it could also just be that god pulling your leg.
Yeah, tomfoolery. Okay.
Fisher, going through your stuff, you don't see anything in your belt that feels out of place. You find everything that's supposed to be there. Well, at least you have confirmation that Remy didn't steal anything from you.
I would never assume Remy stole something.
And that's all you hear, because that was Terranad telling him. You don't know why, but Fisher just said, I would never assume Remy stole something.
Yeah, it could either be something important, which it is most of the time, or
So, Remy, that could
the
be
god of
either
things
a
fucking
good
with me.
thing that he said this, or a bad thing. It's either opening opportunities for you or insulting you. You know, both can be right.
Okay, this is a ¿por qué en los dos kind of thing.
Guys, it was telling us to use the bomb.
it was the guys. It was telling us.
That you have to use the bomb, because the bomb has been shoved in Fisher's butt.
And that would be a pretty safe place. Nobody would go look there. I mean, no one's looking to get a piece of that ass.
Well, apparently, from what Fisher said, he doesn't have an ass, so.
Yeah, it's pretty flat back there.
That's all. I was just looking for my pendant.
Okay.
No need to worry.
Well, that's where it was. So it might be an important message, or it might just be your god pulling your leg.
Someone could do a detect magic to see if there was some weird tracking device or something on his belt, but I don't know if that's necessary.
Also, will it draw attention?
Yeah.
That too. Yeah, it's fine. We're
Do it
fine.
when we get back on the train.
All right. You wait there for several hours. To the point where light is slowly fading. Then, oh yeah, Civ did say it's gonna last 2 days, so I guess this is the second day. Oh, good lord. Exactly. Except Fisher can have done that. So, light is slowly going out outside. You're being let back in the train and allowed to go on your way. You move on, and one last time, you sleep in the train. Fisher, once again, you see those lights outside.
Does someone now want to do a detect magic on Fisher's belt?
Yeah. Can somebody detect Magic Fisher's belt, please?
Okay, I will detect magic my own belt.
You detect magic your own
And I
waist.
immediately glow like a Christmas tree 'cause
No.
covered in magic items.
Yeah, well, your belt doesn't glow, but you do, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Anything weird
Actually,
on
it's the
his
thing
belt?
that's easiest to look at.
Mhm.
No, it doesn't
anything,
look like it.
anything weird on the belt that shouldn't be there?
Oh, Fisher, you can't see anything that shouldn't be there. You're gonna hate me when you realize why.
Oh, wait, are you missing? No,
No.
you said it weren't missing something.
As far as I can tell, everything's supposed to be there is there. Everything that's not supposed to be there is not there. It doesn't
Remy,
make it
check 'em.
magic.
What actually is on his belt?
I don't know. Fisher, what's on your belt?
My component pouch and all of my potions. My quick release flask thing. My whip. What else is on the belt?
Starting to be a whole lot of thing on your belt.
Yeah, I think that's everything just on my.
To be fair, I don't
belt,
think
not
our
everything
DM
else
necessarily
is in
knows
the
what's
bag.
on his belt, so whatever message he's trying to give us probably isn't related to the items on the belt.
Do I still have paint on my ass?
Yes. You do.
Not that I don't think I ever figured that out, but just as a heads up to everybody else.
Yeah,
Ah, shit.
What did we-
should
what
probably
did we
wash that
write?
off.
Beat Brothers.
Beat Brothers.
Oh, yeah. We should definitely remove that.
Hey, so Fisher, you actually did have something on your ass.
What?
Yeah, don't worry about it. You want me to
Me
take a
and
picture of
Toby
it?
might
I can
have
show you.
tattooed you a few days ago, but now we're remembering that the tattoo might give away the fact that we're not
That
who
we're-
we say
we're not.
we are. So luckily we remembered
Damn
before
it.
we got there.
If I could sigh right now.
So yeah, we'll wash off the paint for you. Or
So Tobiyashi and
Wait,
audience.
was that when you guys, when I was scouting
yeah,
and you guys,
yeah.
I trusted you.
We wrote what did we write? We love you love the beat. Or
No,
I
it
heart.
was Beat Brothers on each cheek, I think.
Oh, with a
So
little
like
yeah.
a beat, yeah, beat and
It
then
just said
separated
Beat Brothers on each cheek, but then I remembered that the Beat Brothers are actually being looked for by the Spire right now.
We should probably get rid of those cards too.
Yeah, we probably
Oh,
should.
So
I
Fisher,
throw
you
the rest
have
of the cards
another
out the window.
awkward moment that Remy gladly films, where there is audience and Tobiyashi rubbing your
I
ass.
hand over my rag of cleanliness. Or no, I don't hand it over. I can reach it.
Okay.
I wipe my ass with my rag of cleanliness.
We'll make sure you get all of it off. Was that the thing, by the way?
You can't know.
Okay. That definitely was gonna be super awkward, but that's
I-
what gave us away.
I'll throw the Beat Brothers cards out the window.
When the random prank gave us away that we forgot about.
Damn. Our side story giving us away.
Yeah. So who are the Beat Brothers? Shit.
Oh, it's a company that we're funding back east.
Because we have these Beat Brothers that we're looking for, so it's odd that you guys are not.
All right. So, who knows? Maybe one problem solved.
Don't they have magic detection, guys? Are they gonna see all our magic items?
Yes,
Actually.
but there's not anything we can do about that.
Yeah.
I mean, people
Because we don't
have
want to take them
magic
all
items.
off. Yeah,
No,
that's true.
people have magic items.
We're gonna need them.
Also, technically, the things they identified was your silks and my dragon creature, and I don't think we can remove those from our persons.
No. But you did,
So,
at that time, you had placed every single other magical object you had inside of your dimensional storage.
yeah. So honestly, it's probably better to have more magic items to distract from that,
True.
as that
Well,
would be the only thing on the
we-
registry.
Especially if you're trying to say that you're an adventuring party.
Yeah.
Oh, we went to an island filled with undead and we only have normal sword. Rusted ones, even.
Yeah.
Because you have a very large store of rusted sword.
All right.
It's like
Let's do
it would
this.
look a little bit.
All right.
It would look a little bit suspicious coming from the zombie island, and like, oh yeah, we just like fought them all with our bare hands.
Mm-hmm.
Looks over to Raimi with his scrawny arms. He seems like a liability.
On the other hand, that would be a great moment for audience to show his cestus. I divine smite with my fist. Which Corinth actually does.
Yep.
Alright, the last day goes by. And you arrive at the Spire. You start seeing the Spire from the distance. It's imposing. You did not actually anticipate this to be this impressive. But slowly but surely, the mist lets you see this huge structure. Dark, gloomy. Feels like it's abandoned. From what you saw in the scrolls that Tobiashi produced, it just follows that same mood. It just looks like a dead needle sticking out of the ground. Gray in color. Maybe at one point it had life, but now it's just like everything else. Half dead. Oh, yes, I forgot. When you wake up, you all have to do a wisdom saving throw. You had to do one every 4 nights. That
Okay.
was the counter.
This one is at
How
minus
much is it? It's
three
minus 3.
already?
Hey, since the last time you rolled,
For you.
2 days of waiting and 2 days on the road.
Well, yes, for you guys
Yeah.
it is now -3.
Yeah.
For me it is -2.
So a 19 minus 3 is 16.
Ouch.
But if we're next to audience, that's plus
+2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So an 18.
Okay.
18. I got a 23.
Oh.
You know, I'm gonna be really sad if I needed that nut 20 for something else.
Can I?
Use your coin, yes.
I would. You're really gonna use your.
Uh,
Is this the day we're reaching the Spire, or not the day we're
Yes,
reaching
this
the
is the
Spire?
day you reach the Spire.
I'm
Wait,
not
see-
using my coin. Can I use my? Because I'm not sleeping, so I'm not incapacitated. Can I use my new arcane deflection to use my reaction to get a +4 to a saving throw?
I don't remember the spell. Can you read it out loud for me, please?
It's not a spell. It's a ability that I got.
He
now.
took his subclass for wizard.
I took war magic.
Oh.
Yeah, he remember that comment earlier about him having a boost to his initiative? It's like that's
Yeah.
a feature of the war magic school.
Okay.
Yeah, that's-
You add your intelligence modifier to your initiative, and you also now get a special reaction that can either
use.
Oh,
Yeah, either get +2 to AC or +4 to a save.
Well, yeah, okay.
Whenever I want, it's just my next turn I can't cast spells other than cantrips.
Okay. No, I don't see any problem why you can't use this.
Okay, so that means if I'm that just because if I've got the -3 plus my -1, that's -4, but then +4, so that's just the flat roll. +2 from so 18.
18. All right.
2 18s. Let's go.
Well, apparently this time you all managed to push off the effect of this. You don't get worst.
So is it 17?
Oh,
I
yeah.
think it's 17.
Well, let's just say that at 16 you would have your -4. Thanks to audience being
audience.
close. You did.
Give
can
me a
feel the
hug,
dragon.
guys.
I could feel the dragon coming inside of me.
Damn,
Wait,
you
whoa,
sure you want to
wait.
phrase that like this?
Pause.
That was the
Pause.
joke. That was the joke.
Pause.
Alright, so,
Off to the Spire.
like I was saying, you arrive at the Spire, and it looks bleak, it looks dark. When you reach a certain distance, however, the whole thing lights up like a Christmas tree. But all white dots. And this is when you realize, oh yeah, each dot is an arcane ballista pointing at us.
Yep.
That's
Well,
nice.
that's not a surprise.
You have this moment of 1, 2, no, never mind.
Yeah, that's not worth counting. That's just
Yeah.
gonna make me sad.
And this is why we didn't try and go to the Spire without the 3 checkpoints.
Exactly. And this is why a group of people tried to hijack the train as it was going through the last checkpoint. And ended up sea snake food.
Yeah. It was for the greater good.
Yeah,
A greater
Yeah.
good.
probably. So,
Or at least the greater good of me, specifically.
for the dragon.
Or the dragon.
The train slowly starts slowing down. And Fisher, you have nothing to do with this. Feels like the train has just taken over. The Spire has just taken over control of the train. And suddenly the train stops.
I guess no turning back.
Starts slowing down. You start seeing the stretch of land that it goes above. And you can actually see the land, and it looks completely barren. Not even snow, just dirt and rocks. Train slows down and slows down to the point of not even going a mile an hour. You see this huge hangar door slowly opening, allowing you to enter. As the train enters, you see this contact with what looks like a perimeter, a magical perimeter. And as the train goes through, you see this wall just going over the train. See it approaching and approaching and approaching, and eventually enters the inside of the booth where you are. It's going to hit you all unless you do something.
It's fine.
Okay.
I assume it's a
You
scanner.
you let the barrier wash all over you.
Babe! Babe!
There's a moment for you, Tobiashi, where you go, alright, this is when we get fucked, right?
This is it!
And then Remy records what you just said for the rest of his life, hoping that it's actually going to happen one day. But nothing happens. No bell rings. No additional security. The train doesn't get blown to bits. It just moves inside this very well lit area. You could see it on the map, but when you enter in there, there is this sense of large and empty. You hear the echoes of things moving, mechanical things moving. As the train arrives where it's supposed to stop, you start seeing, yes, 4 grievers waiting on the dock.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's honestly could have been a lot worse. They're not that
Well, this is where we get fucked, right? No, I'm just saying.
No, I mean, grievers aren't. I'm not as worried about grievers because they're not as hard to. It would be more if there was a hyper intelligent one there. Also, we know Civ can deal with grievers if it does come to a fight, and we can run.
You immediately notice the 6 ballistas that you saw on the map. And then you realize, not 6, 12. Okay.
Sounds about right.
Fair enough.
Maybe they were
There was
added
a-
after.
Yeah, it was like, this is the paranoid wizard. He was probably like, 6? Nah, not enough.
There's enough
6
room
more.
to put more. Come on. There are 2 floors.
In another 20 years, there's gonna be 18.
You notice this contingent of enforcers to the left of the train. 20 red ones. So those that are the least intelligent.
Okay.
They're just there waiting. When the train stops.
Alright. Time to bluff our way through, baby.
Disguise our faces.
Yeah,
Mhm.
well, that's Fisher and Remy.
Yep. Yep.
So I just
Good
need
luck.
them to follow us. You know, why not? I'll look at the blob in the jar. Just even though I assume it's gonna be drastically shaking, but just because. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. It's... You know, there's a feeling of déjà vu. Why do I keep saying it in English when I speak to people in English? There's this feeling of déjà vu when you're looking at this blob where it feels like it just expanded to take the entire bottle, but you still feel it vibrating inside.
Yep, this thing is not going to be useful for the entire time we're in the Spire. It's just going to be at this point at pretty much all times. Alright, I'll put it away. Alright.
Tobiashi,
Remy, do you have the forged letter? In case I need it?
Tobiashi, you see
Yep.
your pendant wrapped around the strap of Fisher's backpack on its shoulder.
Fisher, my pendant's on your bag.
Is it about the worm? Terry? Would Terry be an issue?
When Terry's in his, he's in his box.
But it's the box in your bag.
Yeah.
That might be it, but I'm just gonna take this back just in case it gives me more signals. Just stuff to look out for.
I'm trying to think. I don't think there'd be anything else in your bag. Did you get anything from... Oh! You have maybe... Did we put all the shards in my storage? Or are you holding on to shards?
I am holding on to acid, lightning, thunder,
Okay, those shouldn't be...
shard, dust,
Shard dust shouldn't be an issue.
and fire.
Do you have any of, like, the major shards, though?
No.
Okay. Then
So what-
that would be the only other thing I could think of that would maybe, like, set off some alarm.
What do I have still.
I mean, didn't we get a sampling of a lot of them anyway? Because I don't think we actually like properly distributed them anyway, except that you had the
No.
radiant.
But I assumed we put them in my storage place and not in Fisher's backpack.
Yeah. The ones I got or we got from.
Like the nature one and the radiant one and all of those.
Did I
Yeah.
get? No, I've had those. Okay, never
Yeah,
mind.
The
you
door
have-
to the
you have the
compartment
dust.
opens. And you see this
Fair enough.
long... Well, you know, they're looking from outside. If you don't come out, they come in eventually.
Well, we'll come out. Look very non-threatening.
I'll put my
have
pendant
the
back on.
letter. I'll have the letter from, what's his name? Remy. I'll tell them.
That's his name.
No. No, it's Nim.
Maybe he doesn't know it, but his soul briefly died.
Right in the face of death. What's that
For a
person's
second,
name?
thinks he's having a heart attack.
Alright. And we leave the train. And I guess I'm looking for whoever's going to greet me. I don't know who that is.
There's a tall,
I thought Fisher
slender
was
machine. And in many ways, it feels slightly similar to Fisher's sister. But you see distinct differences. So maybe an earlier type of model?
Okay.
Remy, you know what that means. That thing can have attributes that no one else knows it has.
I guess I will walk up with the rest of the party. And kind of stand there, waiting for it to say something.
Are you the individual? I'm having trouble talking tonight. Are you the individual who's responded to the initial message?
No, that would be our driver. And I'll nod towards Fisher.
Driver, give your designation, please.
I don't have one.
What is that
I mean,
again?
people call me Fisher.
You see her close her eyes. She seems to shut down for a moment.
Error, fishing unit.
Machine unit, get him in water, get him in a boat.
And you have this very awkward moment where she remains like this, shut down. 30 seconds, 45 seconds, a full minute. A second minute goes by.
Okay, so if there's nothing else, I'll start to say, like, so if there's nothing else, we,
I think we have to wait for it to.
Oh, is it processing?
I think it's processing.
Okay.
After a full 5 minutes of waiting there, looking at these grievers inching their way toward your group, another contingent of enforcers arriving. So the 5th minute, she raises her head, opens her eyes. Independent unit. State the circumstances in which you have found yourself in this train.
Me? That am I?
Yes,
I'm
you're the independent
unit.
unit.
Okay. We found it at the bottom of, or in the maintenance bay in the central.
You hear Terranat inside of you saying, use the right words.
Mid-Sal.
That's what I'm trying to remember. Guys, what are the cities called? I know what the cities are called. And I say what they're called.
Do you?
It's a. No, you know what? You can look for it.
Process. On Mid-South.
She takes a moment. One train lost during evacuation. Last known coordinate. The process of Mid-South. Your story seems to corroborate with our information. Thank you for bringing back the train. Independent unit, is there anything else you need?
Yeah. Can we get something for bringing the train back?
We and
Please.
The music I put on is not helping this
I think he
situation.
is asking if there is a reward or payment. I will say for bringing the train back. We are adventurers after all.
That's just a way to put it, though. It's like, can we get something?
Can we get something for this?
Fisher was
Like-
actively hoping he was not gonna have to talk.
That's why
I mean, I was
That's why
assuming-
audience. That's why audience spoke up. I was like, I think.
I was assuming you were going to be talking.
Yeah.
Adventuring party requesting reward. She waits for a moment. No reward were issued for this train. How
Sad.
did you come across such a concept? Confirmation had been given by 2 other stations that you could enter.
Oh no.
Oh no, we were just asking if there was a reward, like if we could get it for bringing it back. There wasn't a reward given.
Understood.
This was a.
She looks at you, Fisher.
Mhm.
And she speaks in machine. Bring the organic being inside of the waiting chamber for them to be processed.
I don't like that word.
I will reply in construct. Okay. And then I will, I guess, head over to the waiting chamber.
She points to a chamber that is on the other side of the dock. You immediately see that this chamber is reinforced in many ways. There are 2 grievers inside of this place, and the contingent of enforcers is technically stationed in front.
Since we all looked at the map, do we know what does it say like about this room, and is there like an exit from the other side of this room?
Mm-hmm.
Make an intelligence roll, see if you remember what was in there.
Okay.
16?
Okay.
I'm looking for mine. Why am I? Okay, whatever. It's just a. Let's see. Okay. 18.
18. All right.
Audience is good at remembering maps that may in fact factor heavily on his survival.
It is a room where organic people are being taken usually to be processed, as in turned into meat.
We do not want to go in there.
But it is a waiting area. They're going to take you there after.
After, okay.
It's sort of
What was like the?
It's sort of the prison where you go before you get thrown into the meat grinder.
Okay.
Mhm.
So do we know the exit?
Well,
Is there an exit from that room?
technically,
from the other side?
if you can force the lock on that door before someone arrives, you would have an opportunity to slip out.
Okay.
Then you have.
And is there another? Is that the only exit? My question, I guess, is also because I'm trying to see if I want to radio Civ here to try and create a distraction for us to slip out now or go into the room. Is that the exit? Do we need to go into that room no matter what, or is there another exit that would be easier for us to go up from?
Well, the machine doesn't seem to be giving you a choice to go into that room. There are only 2 doors leading out. The one that you came in, which connects to the hangar where the train is, and the one leaving the room, where at the end of that hallway there is where organic people go to die. So if you want to slip out,
We have to go into that room.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Since you will need to force that lock out, literally your life will be in Remy's hand.
Okay, sounds good. Well, we
I
have
like
to go
being
this.
in Remy's
Well,
hand.
we have to go this way anyway. So I guess I will follow them because that is the correct.
Wait, is Fisher gonna get split up from us now, though?
No, I think he's
No.
leading us there. I'm gonna
Okay.
lead into Remy since I remember. I'm gonna be like, Remy, you need to pick this lock, or we're all dead.
So,
Remy remembers the map, I'm pretty sure.
No pressure, sweetie.
so maybe you're gonna regret rolling your natural 20 if you roll a natural 1 on this.
Yeah. Well, there's always the try and break it, but yeah.
Use the bomb. So you go inside. You follow Fisher, taking you to your doom. Fisher, you have this.
Hey, I'll say we're not. Also, someone tell Civ that we're like through. So, however he wants to leave, he can try and do that.
How do we tell Civ that?
We gave him an orb. You gave him your orb.
Once we're in the place, though, right?
Yes. Not once
Okay.
we don't have
That's-
people
that's what
around
I was
us.
thinking.
Once
That's
they've
what I was
assumed
thinking.
we're just dumb adventurers who think we're waiting for a reward and we're actually going to be killed. But we
Whose
actually
orb
know
did we
it's
give? Whose orb does
your
we have?
orb,
Fine, okay.
Your
that's
Well,
what I thought.
technically George's, but
George. But yes. Also, I guess we should probably also see if Remy can break the lock, because if not, we might have to call Civ to bust us out before we die.
yeah, I'm calling him so soon. That would be a shame.
So, yeah. Let's see what Remy's role is, but I will have the orb on standby, especially if there aren't anyone watching us. Which
Yeah,
might
at
be
least
nice.
tell him that
So
he could leave.
you remember
Yeah.
when I told you at the beginning of this entire campaign that there are 3 levels of three levels of severity for the challenge that
Yeah.
I'm giving you. Green means there are contingency in place and I'm not gonna let you die. Yellow
Yeah.
mean there is a fixed numbers of a contingency that once used you're fucked if you have another problem. I think you know where you are right now.
Yeah, I think we do that for a long time. This is kind of the end of a chapter thing that we're doing, so.
I follow.
All right. So
Well, we needed to go this way anyway, so
whatever.
whatever. And we actually got through without them being suspicious of us yet, so.
They still want to kill you.
Well, yeah, they want to kill us, but they're not actively, like...
So you're being taken into that room, and the 2 grievers leave the room. They go outside, sitting down. It feels like you're watching 2 bear-sized dogs.
Alright, Remy, you want to jimmy that lock, buddy? The other side.
Ramey's going to first pull out the acorn and toss it to audience.
Yes, I will plant him.
So you open up your dimensional storage. You plant him.
Stick him in the dirt.
Stick him in the dirt while Remy attacks the door.
Attacks it. Literally attacks it.
You think it would be a good time to pull out my silk? I think so.
I think no, because we're still not trying to draw attraction. We can.
Okay.
I think we're gonna try and stealth out once we jimmy Because this is still, like, if they're waiting, we have actually a little bit of time now. I mean, they're going to eventually notice that we're not in the room when they come to kill us, but we can maybe get a head start if we do this stealthily.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
All right. Arunak grows out. And Remy, you roll to see if you manage to save everyone's life.
I think
Yeah.
You, Remy.
Anybody want? Can you assist with a lock picking?
Is Fisher
If
in this
anyone
room
else
with
is
us?
proficient. Toby, you picked... Oh, no, who picked the other lock? Was it
Me.
me who picked the other? It was you?
No, it
Toby,
was me.
Toby, assist him. I know you've picked a lock.
I could help, but I'm not proficient in it.
Oh.
Yeah. I've just seen you pick a lock that Remy couldn't pick. That's the only reason I said that.
Yeah, why not? I'll help.
All right, Remy.
I'll assist Remy.
Now, Remy might have rolled like a 2 on that one he couldn't pick, and you rolled like an 18. But technically, still, I've seen you pick a lock. This is also when you weren't here, Remy, so it wasn't one of your rolls.
Okay. It's like I was very confused. It's like
It was
when
on the
did this
door. It
happen?
was on the door in the hangar,
It's
And
D&D
you-
Beyond who rolled for you.
and it was a 2, and then Toby was able to pick it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. It was non-canon. It was non-canon.
It was AI drawn.
Oh gods. Well, I don't know which one would have been Ramey's and which one would have been Toby's, but the final result is a 21.
And the bad result was what?
There was a 4.
Okay. So, you most likely have a moment there where you're slowly picking this, and there's this realization of, oh shit, I'm picking something that's magically locked. Okay. You go again, you rub your fingers, because you've seen someone do this. You've been copying this behavior ever since. You're not exactly sure what it gives, but hey. You try again. Up, down, a little bit deeper. Scrub that thing at the bottom, and you just push the door with your finger and it glides open.
Alright. Who wants to cast Pass Without a Trace, guys? Because we are now in stealth mode.
So you rolled a total of you had rolled a total of 21, is that it?
Yes.
That's
Final was 21.
Yes. That's very good. Because the DC was 20. Thank you for your assistance.
Well, that is good.
Hey, look, we don't know which one it was which, but I'm glad to have the double opportunity in case it didn't work out.
Alright.
The first time I was like,
let's-
that. Oh, no. Shit, never mind.
Alright, guys, stealth mode. Let's do it.
You're there trying to help. Because we don't know. Maybe it was your role, so it might have been. No, Remy, pay attention to this. Ow! Sorry.
Alright. I'm gonna let Civ know. I'm gonna kind of quietly go into the orb. I'm gonna be like, alright, we've made it out of the grinder room. We're going into stealth. If you want to start making your way down, we're out of the hangar.
All you hear is this.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just letting him know. It's fine. Okay. And then Remy,
Fisher
are you
from-
casting Pass Without a
Fisher
Trace?
from the orb, you understood. You understood machine language saying. Understood.
No, he's good. We're good.
Okay. Remy, do you want to cast Pass Without a Trace?
Like Raimi has like already like started like a twisting, like well not a twisting, but like flashing the gem on his lantern, and so like
Okay. And then we'll all make our stealth roll.
Yeah.
13 plus 10. So
Oh, and
20.
then and then
23.
Remy gives Ornak his handkerchief, and then suddenly, like, it barfs up his magic item.
Also, Toby, pull out the map so we can follow it to where we
Yep.
need to go.
Yeah, pulling it out.
Oh yeah, she's taking all of his magic. All right, we're here. We need to get here. All right, so audience, your stealth roll was
23.
23. Tobiyashi.
So 13 plus 7 plus 10, so 30.
That's good. Fisher.
17.
That's with the plus 10. Wow.
Yes.
Re-
I mean, I'm rolling flat with a +0, so
Yeah.
Remy.
35.
35. All right. So, as you're all walking very quietly, you hear this, and you hear Fisher go. Sorry, guys.
Fisher, do not get us all killed with your armor.
You just nicked the side of a table with your armor, and it just resonated because of that.
Let's try and get a head start on these guys at least. Or they figure out
At some
that
point,
we're
we need to
down.
give this man some boots.
I have boots. So technically, that's not what happened because I can't. I moved.
Yeah, he can't make.
silently.
Well, if some other part of you hits the table, it could have.
Yeah, I'd bonk it with my elbow, I guess.
Yeah, your boots can't make sound now.
Yeah, because I've got the boots of Elvenkind.
Which made you roll with advantage?
Why?
then he
'Cause
rolled
he's
with
rolling
But they
with
disadvantage.
cancel
Oh,
out the
yeah,
disadvantage
yeah.
of my armor.
Yeah,
All right. So,
I roll with advantage. Because I also have boots of Elvenkind.
yeah. But you don't have Magna.
No, I don't have Magna. I did not think having a giant cat was gonna really help the
Oh,
stealth.
jeez. I forgot to roll Olenak. He's stealthier than you, Fisher. He rolled 22.
I just wanted to let you know, Fisher, if we're caught, it's on you. It's not on it.
As stealthy as a tree.
I am.
Listen, we'll take the 17. It's not that bad.
He's saving his rolls for later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saving my coins
It's fine.
for when we really need it.
So, you start moving and following Tobiyashi's indication.
We're trying to get to the crawl spaces, right?
Yeah.
So we can get out. The vents?
So,
Okay.
you follow his instruction, leading through one long corridor, and then two small rooms. Eventually, you find yourself in front of this little grate. Pull it out. Alright. There was something scraping on it. Damn it. Probably a screw. No one seems to have noticed, however. Go inside. You all start following Tobiyashi as he's leading you.
I will
with his
put-
map.
By the way, I will put the grate back, just so they don't see like a random grate on the floor once
Alright.
they notice we're gone, and know that that's where we went.
Oh, that's good. So far, you've been able to avoid most of the trap that I've set. So that's good. It's good. I'm just letting you know. I'm not gonna tell you which ones, but so far you have managed to avoid at least one trap that I had set. So
Good job, team.
Good job.
Made
we're
it.
we're such good spies, guys.
well, and I am saying this as you figured that you needed to change your appearance, to remove the tattoo off Fisher's butt, to put back the grate, to
We didn't close the door.
to unlock it, to pick the lock instead of breaking it. You know,
Yeah.
at least one of those
Wow.
was a trap that I had set that you avoided.
That's good. I mean, I'm honestly just happy that we made it. We're now we're in the Spire, and they haven't noticed us yet. I mean, that's better than I thought we'd be at this point, to be honest with you. So, I'll take it.
Alright.
Do, 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 do.
So you keep on moving slowly, and there is that moment where inside of these crawl space, you literally are crawling all along. It takes maybe 5 or 6 minutes before you realize Fisher's dragging his knees. Because he's made of metal, it goes from time to time.
Or some oil on those bad boys.
Let's see, if we're in the crawl spaces, how close are we to where we need to be?
Another 20 floor.
20 floor or 20, like...
20 floor to get to the point where you need
Oh,
to go
okay,
outside the
Never mind,
spire.
okay.
And
I was gonna say if we were like close, I would be like, Fisher, just wait here for us to come back. But 20 floors, I'm not telling him to wait here for 20 floors.
no, I mean, you've managed to go through 10 floors right now. Going up, sometime down.
They're in the walls like the rats.
Yeah.
The little rats we are.
Except that sometimes the rats don't go. They go. Stop dragging your knees, Fisher.
I'm sorry. It's
I can't
small.
help it.
Here, Fisher, do we have... Can we put, like... We have cloths, right?
I've been wearing a cloak
Yeah.
because I took my ring off.
No, I wanted to use
For a
some
second, I
cloth.
thought you said
Fisher,
clogs.
take some cloth. Take some cloth and tie it around under your knees. And then it won't be metal hitting metal.
Okay.
There's gonna be some padding.
You keep on moving to maybe another floor. There is a moment where you need to get out of this place, push the grate out, and walk through a long hallway. Take a moment.
Remy, can you roll a perspective or perception for us before we all
Roll
get
for
out?
perspective.
Yeah.
You need a better
What's the
perspective for your life.
Yeah, I need a better
Turn on that
perspective here.
third-person camera so you can see her up.
Yeah. Can you pan the camera so we can see down all the hallways?
I could take a picture down all the hallways.
No. But I assume Remy's leading, so can you check for us before we open the grate?
I mean, Remy wouldn't mind doing that for audience.
Especially since to do
just-
this, he has to go right past audience's ass and toward the.
I think I would have been behind Remy.
Oh, okay.
Because I put the grate in. So actually, I would be at the very back.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
Right,
at the
the
front, but
great
he has
back
to move
So
past
Remy,
you.
there is a warm feeling inside of you knowing that audience is looking at your butt for 10 floors now.
just slightly raising his tail feathers.
Unfortunately, I think you're blocked by Fisher. Because I'm behind Fisher. Unfortunately, I think he blocks
Oh,
pretty much any other person I could see.
that's okay. It's not too bad because you're mostly featherless right now, Remy. All right, so you roll.
Maybe it's those facts that have like a slightly lowered it below expectations, but like a soft 20.
Oh, okay. That's a bad
Soft
roll.
20.
I said below expectations.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Remy's disappointed that the audience is not looking at his bare bottom.
And it's usually not that bare because of the whole feather situation.
But right
so.
now, it's. So you take a moment, you look out, one side, the other side. Everything looks okay. Take a moment to hear. You hear this thing gliding in the air. Just this.
Ow.
Take a moment. You wait until you don't hear anything. You think everything's good.
The Remy gives the okay symbol.
All right. I
Here
guess
they
we
Start
all
moving.
pile out.
All the
And
map again.
I'll put the grate back again.
You slowly push the grate out. It falls on the ground. You catch it right before it hits the ground. Just so that it doesn't... but just... Okay. Let everyone out. Put the grate back in. Start moving through this long hallway. There is this brief moment where... Remy, it feels like you saw something that was just about to turn the corner, then it stopped and went back up the hallway. It feels a bit funny in your mind. The machine would usually walk all the way, but who knows? Maybe that really was the end of his patrol, and that would mean that something else is coming behind all of you and is going to stop at the end of this hallway. It's one or the other. But it definitely gives this weird feeling inside of your stomach when you see this machine stopping. Literally 2 steps before seeing all of you. Turning around and walking away.
That's when you just give a little prayer to the god of luck.
Let's go. God of chaos.
So that either means that something's weird or you rolled right above what you needed to not be seen. It's either one of those two.
Alright. Where do we have to make it to the next grate?
Walk down this hallway.
Yeah.
Just get to the end of the hallway.
So you make your way all the way there, and when you arrive, the machine is not there anymore. Alright.
Let's hurry and get in the grate.
Well, this time it goes pretty well. Pull the grate out, and it feels like, oh wow, something did this before, because the grate just removes without making any noise. You just put it on the floor, and everyone enters one after the other. Most likely Tobiashi first, because he's the one that knows
Which way to go?
Way to go. Then probably Remy,
Then
Then-
Fisher and audience.
Fisher, Oranak. Well, Oranak has to be in there too, so probably Oranak, Fisher, audience.
there's a tree walking through the... Oh, if you just feel like there's something really weird in that. Alright, so...
To be fair, you know what I was thinking about? I guess all this is like, I was like, Fisher, if you're having trouble being quiet, you could just sit in my storage for a little bit until we get where we need to go, if you want to do that. But that's
Yeah,
up
if
to
we
you.
get ambushed.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Nah, we'll be okay.
We got this.
And from inside of
We've
you...
been making good progress so far.
And
so.
from inside of you, Fisher, you hear, and if they die, you end up in there for the rest of eternity. With me.
Uh-huh.
I think it's good enough time for me to pull out my silk.
Yeah, no, Toby, you can pull it yourself. I assume they have noticed at this point that we are not in the room. They probably assume Fisher told us that they were going to kill us, and we decided to get out. So I assume at this...
Or maybe they'll think he escorted us personally to the meat grinder.
Yeah, one of those. Oh, I don't think they're on, like, high alert. I just think that they probably know that we're not in that room anymore.
It would just be funny if that was their first conclusion.
I don't think they know what we're planning to do here. I think they're just like, these people maybe figured out that they were going to die, or were perfectly, and decided that instead of dying, they wanted to leave.
Understandable. Fisher. Terranat is still going on about the audience idea. An eternity of useless babble to rot your skeevy little mind forever.
I'm sorry. Are you starting that babble now? Because we're not in there yet.
Just reminding you of the important things.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's keep going, guys.
Fisher is talking to himself again. That's not gonna help. Another reason for the stealth roll to be low.
Fisher, shut up.
Sorry.
Hey, you gotta place in a few reasons for why he's not good at being stealthy.
Also, Terranad, shut up right now. We're in a very tense situation. Your babbling is not helping him.
Fisher, you know that the audience doesn't want to know what Terranad just answered.
Mm-hmm.
So you keep on moving inside of this small crawl space, and after maybe another floor, the crawl space stops being a place where you crawl, and it starts being a place when you squeeze your way standing, but there's less than a foot of clearance in front of you as you're squeezing yourself into this incredibly tight place. Remy,
Are you saying my 7'4", 350-pound frame is not enjoying this?
no, probably even your stomach is just scraping on this, and you have this moment where you say, oh, thank God I'm not made out of metal. That would really do a lot of noise as you're pushing yourself through this. Remy, I'm pretty sure your claustrophobic sense is being heavily triggered by this, because there's not a lot of light inside of this place. You know, it's not a lit environment.
It's and there's just no way to benefit from audience's scales in this dark environment either. So it's just I imagine one of his hands just constantly in his gem pouch pocket.
Oh,
just
jeez. That's right. Remy is the only one who actually has a long nose. So for you, Remy, it's even worse because you're stuck with your head in a single direction, and if you want to change, you have to look up, turn your head like this, and then look in the other direction.
All right, guys, just last a little bit longer. It's right up here.
Just another 5 floor.
Alright,
got
5
this.
more floors, guys. It's okay. We're doing good. We're almost to the place where we can drop off the orb, but then at least we'll have something.
Yeah, at least we'll have something started.
With not more to do, but something done.
So you push forward and you push forward and you literally push forward. There are a few moments, audience, where you have to... Well, no, it's actually Orunak who has to push Remy a little bit forward. Come on. You think I feel much better? My head isn't compressed into this tight space right now. Come on, move. A little bit faster, please.
Mordak, shut up. You just hear from the back.
Oh yeah, of course, because I'm making more noise than feet dragger over there that every 5 step you hear.
Okay, everybody, nobody likes this situation. Let's keep going.
How do squirrels do
But, now, everybody roll for panic gas.
Well, con roll.
it? No, I like better the panic gas, because as you're moving, you hear from someone, oh no, please.
It wasn't me. I got a 21.
I can't do that.
It wasn't Fisher. It wasn't me.
So I guess it's Tobiyashi, the one in front
It
of
might
everyone.
have been me.
That
It
you
might
have to
been-
go through his cloud, to his
Toby,
thinking
no.
cloud, one after the other.
Yeah, it was a total of 6.
Brady double checks his pocket to make sure he didn't accidentally activate his stinking cloud.
Sorry, guys.
I'm gonna murder you, Toby.
Audience, you have confirmation that eating rations is bad for your health, for your mental health.
When we get outside, Toby, to place the orb, I'm pushing you off the spire.
No. Wait. No.
You keep pushing forward with this odd smell. And you know, trees, they absorb smell, so for a long moment, it just trails with you. Ah. But eventually, you come out of this small crawl space. It's this little, really elongated grate that Tobiashi, you have to push. But you're stuck pushing it with just one hand. Can you do a strength roll, please, for me?
Can I use my silk instead?
Sure. There's a way you can do this.
Okay. A save or just a throw?
No, a roll.
Okay.
So it's
just
wisdom plus proficiency.
25. 19 plus 3.
Okay.
Plus 3.
You slip your silk inside of the small spaces. You wrap it around it carefully, and then you just push it out, holding it as it falls. And you have this moment of, "Oof, good call." You step out, and it's a good foot off the ground, so it's a nasty step, but step down.
Just lower it.
You step out, then Remy, you finally step out. You have this. Oh!
Don't worry, guys. We just have to go back through this, probably the other way.
Alright, so in total you've made 20 floor. Another 10 floor
more.
to go. Fell outside. Okay, and okay.
I'm not sure what the construct version of lunch break is. Idle time?
Low power consumption mode. You move through these halls once again, and you have to get through the other side of this place. This long, open area where so many things can come out of everywhere. But you know that there are two spaces like this that you need to get through. Can't read. Is it a 10 or an 18?
The 10.
The 10, definitely. Definitely a 10.
For sure a 10.
I wonder. So, you push through this room as quietly as you can. There is a moment where suddenly you hear a door opening. You have this rush of adrenaline as you all pick up the pace, trying to reach the first area where you can hide these columns, and you hear the door opening. You're still fast walking toward this place so you don't make noise. And you all get behind those columns one after the other, and you have this moment of, oh, God, have we been seen? There's a moment where you don't dare to look, and you realize that, oh, we have to look, because, you know, we have a tree, so the branches are sticking out of the column anyway. So you look in, you look in the hallway, and you don't see anything. Either that thing went back in, or it turned in the other way and it just left. Oh, jeez. I guess it was a 10 and not an 18.
Good job, guys.
Keep it up, guys. We're going up.
I'm moving on up. Sorry.
So as you might be guessing, I've rolled a number of d20s for each step that you go through, and the question is always, do your stealth roll beat what I've rolled for each one of those d20s that I rolled? That's what I'm narrating, each roll after the other. So, with tension just leaving you slightly, you look at Tobiashi, who just points at a door, and you all make your way in that door. Slowly, you push it open. And you all see Tobiashi freezing in place. Tobiashi, you have this moment where you feel your guts just fall into, you're not sure where, but probably somewhere down in your feet. And right in front of you, you're looking at the face of a griever.
Why did you shut the door, Toby?
Is it moving or anything?
No.
I'll slowly look back.
Shut the door, Toby.
I'll shut the door.
Slowly shut the door. And you look at everyone else.
I guess.
You don't
So what's
hear
our
any
alternate
noise.
route? So what's our alternate route, Toby?
I'll look at the paper. Is there an alternate way?
It takes you a moment, maybe a minute or two, where everyone is there looking in the both sides of the hallway. Come on, Toby. Look harder.
I'm trying as fast as.
You think you find something. Alternative route. But it is going to cost you one additional roll.
We have another way, but it might be risky.
Okay, well, there's literally a
Riskier
griever
than a
head
grief.
behind that door, so I'm okay with it.
Okay, all right. Let's go.
So that was the Dungeon Master telling you that was a 17.
Let's this way.
Okay.
So what do we got to roll now?
Oh no, it's
Well,
just
we don't have
me.
to roll anything.
I'm rolled in an
Okay,
additional d20
Yeah.
for this 10th floor. Alright. So you start moving down this long hallway. And there's this moment where you say, oh, I hope there's not many organic people inside of here, because that was 100 years ago a dining area. Not sure you want to tell this to everyone. Maybe you do. I don't know.
Nope, I'm staying quiet. We gotta go.
You arrive and you push open these doors. These large, two-sided doors. And slowly you start seeing what's inside this long, unlit room. There's no one inside.
There are, however, two.
Two grievers.
There's just the wizard eating his breakfast.
Just
What's
looking
up?
at you
Sorry to start.
with a spoonful of
We just look at
cereal.
him, close the door.
Alright, so
All right, this way. This looks
Our
good.
bad. Enjoy your eggs, man. Catch you later.
We brought back your train, by the way. Just
Just saying. Alright, so you go through this room, which for some reason you have this gut feeling that this means the Dungeon Master rolled an 11 for that room.
For some reason, just like numbers seem to come to our heads.
Yeah.
I don't know why
As we
I
go.
keep seeing the number 11 in my head. Or maybe it's
the
1-1.
whispers. They're
Or we
telling
just
me
hear
numbers.
the dice roll sound like in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
It just says saved. We don't even know what or why. It just
It's just written in the sky, success. Go! Yeah, okay.
Great.
Don't know what we succeeded, but hey, that's good.
Sounds good.
So you quietly move through this room and go in the door that is at the end that you recognize as sort of a kitchen. You go through and you see this little small grate at the bottom of one wall. You pull it open and you just slide back in. You know, this one is even tighter. You'd have to walk backward to get out of this one, but it works. It accommodates everyone. And Remy, you can turn your beak around. That's always reassuring. Alright. You push through this one, going through the last 2 floors. And eventually it just goes up straight. And oh, great. Now you have to climb.
Rope of climbing, baby. I'll pass it up to Toby.
Put the rope up easily without breaking your stealth, because if you hadn't thought about this, it would have broken your stealth and you would all have to have rolled again. But thankfully, your rope allows you to just climb this easily without effort. This time, pushing the grate out, you don't have to worry about this falling to the ground. So you just push it out, slide it on the floor. After maybe this long trek of easily 20, 30 minutes through crawl space and open hallways, of seeing machines doing their rounds, having one just go gliding right above your head as you're walking through those grate, same time as you heard Fisher doing a
I think that's enough splunking for one day.
You're at the
It's not Toby. You gotta.
You find yourself at the floor where there is the
sex dungeon
staircase that's leading you up the last 10 level. You're in this very wide open space. It's a huge room. It connects to the outside. There's this large balcony where it feels like probably at one point someone was just watching over something through this balcony. But now you're just seeing the empty space of dead earth in front of the spire. The wind is blowing inside and it's cold.
So are we, this is it? This is the last floor?
You're at floor 40. You have the last 10 floor that you have to do on the side, but it's unlikely that you're gonna have to be very stealthy. The main risk of this are Mist Raven.
Okay. Alright guys,
Let's
well,
go.
good job. Let's get out there and hope that the Mist Ravens are not around.
We're still stealthing, right?
Yes, we're still stealthing.
Okay.
Yes, we're still stealthing.
You're moving toward the edge, and one after the other, you look at this staircase, and there's a moment where you look at the staircase and you all look at Tobiashi, and you just want to punch him, because that staircase is narrow as heck, and there are no safety rails outward. It's basically you have to push yourself as tightly as you can, as firmly as you can on the side of this spire and go up nearly in a shimmy fashion, stepping up, stepping the other, stepping up. That thing is risky as heck.
So Toby, how do you
Yeah.
feel about going and placing the orb for us while we guard the stairs down here, since you can tie yourself to the staircase?
I mean, I could. Remy is a bit small. No, I'm kidding. Okay, I'll go.
If
was
there
gonna say,
are
I could fill a
ravens,
mental-
we'll come help you. But if
I
they're
could feel a
not,
mental break coming from Remy, so I won't.
just
I
honestly,
won't send
you
him
can
up
do
there.
it much faster than us. You can dash and then dash back. So,
All right.
because you
I'll
actually
do
can
it.
catch
Does he
yourself.
Give it to me.
Does he want to run?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because he can tie. Because the Silks can tie himself, so he can't fall.
He's the only one who
Give
can
me-
actually have a tether.
Yeah. That's why. That's why I'm saying
So,
he can do it really fast.
I
where
mean,
the rest of
tethered
us
to the
are
tether
wall.
that
slowly
isn't going to
shimmy.
like break easily anyway.
Yeah.
I'll tether myself to the wall and then like go up the 60 feet and then bring it back, tether myself again, go up, just like that, each time to make sure
Okay.
I don't fall.
Sounds good.
Give me the beacon though. I need the beacon.
We're giving you the beacon.
But
Give him
he
the
won't.
bacon. I mean, the beacon.
He also won't
Sorry.
have pass without trace if he goes by himself.
So suddenly your
If somebody
stealth
wants
roll
to
is
give
going
it
to
to me.
drop by 10 points.
What if we send Remy and him up, and I give Remy the rope of climbing, and then they can both tether?
I mean, Toby could also tether.
I could just tether Remy to me.
Yeah.
Or yeah, Remy. Okay, why don't we send them and Remy up, and the rest of us just stay here, so we
Alright,
don't slow down the
I
process.
baby backpack Remy to the front of me.
Remy, your feet are dangling above the emptiness.
Don't worry, Remy, we got this.
Amy is crying on the inside, but he's doing it because audience suggested it.
Well, he's crying on the inside, but on the outside, he's peeing.
Audience, Fisher, or Ornak were just like, well, we believe in them.
Yeah, we have to.
Like walking up, I'm like, you know what would be crazy, Remy, if I just jumped. No, I'm kidding.
Just
I would
jumped.
I would tell Remy that.
I
won't
feel
tell
the
him
need to jump.
Listen, Toby, I know you've been a little depressed lately, but now is not the time.
that. No, we're going up. I won't say anything.
Okay.
Um,
So you go up. While you're waiting all there, audience, you hear your orb ringing in this long hallway.
What's up? Well, I put it on. I didn't put it on ring mode. It's on vibrate. It's on vibrate.
Okay.
I'll pick it up. I'll be like, Civ. We're up at the. We've made it safely to the top of the staircase. Toby and Remy are going to go place the orb.
What if
the
it's not
beacon.
him?
What's up? Well, if it's not him, then that's unfortunate.
You hear a
I don't
cackle.
think the other. Yeah, I know all of your plans.
All right. It is Civ that answers. All right.
Sending the ravens up.
I refer you to yet another scene from Die Hard.
Not Die Hard. No, everything's a Die Hard reference.
Very well. You made good time. Hopefully no one saw you. Now then, I have just recovered the necessary crystals that I needed. I am on my way to the closest control booth.
All right. We are going to start probably afterwards trying to make our way down. So.
Very well. I should be there in 5 or 6 minutes.
Were you able to weaken the portal? Or the...
Well, I don't know. I don't have a lot of tools to evaluate this, but the spell did work, and the shard is emanating less mist.
Okay.
So,
do
hopefully
you
it worked.
think that it is possible to, from your observation of it, possible to completely destroy or shut down the shard right now? Or do you not think that's within any of our capabilities?
I've never seen a shard this big. I'm not sure what would be the result of trying to shatter it. The crystal is roughly 7 feet tall and 3 feet wide. And when you touch it, you can feel something.
As big as a person.
Honest opinion, though, do you think we have the capabilities? Should we attempt it at all, or should we just leave it for
I think it would be a great risk. It could work. I believe I may have an idea, but it will not be discreet.
It will not be discreet. Okay, so this
Civ
would
is
be
like-
something. So if we doing it, we have to be aware that we're probably gonna be basically either running or fighting our way all the way back up to our exit portal if we do it.
And there is always the chance that breaking something tethered to another realm would instead create a breach. I can't promise you this won't happen.
Civ is like, so do you guys still have that bomb? And
So what I'm here. Okay, tell me the idea. Tell me the idea, but what's the idea you have for breaking it?
If Krill has regained enough strength, I can use the energy stored inside of him and release it like a bomb.
Okay, I've seen you do that before.
like a bomb.
No, you haven't. Not this one.
Oh, not this one. It wasn't the explosion we saw.
No. This would be much more potent.
Okay.
The deflagration that you saw was merely a release of energy, a push outward of raw abilities, raw power. This would literally be an explosion. Krill would be mostly destroyed, but enough of his body would remain to grow him back.
Okay. Well, let's not take that risk unless
Bomb.
we need to at the moment.
Very well.
We'll keep it in mind. Who knows? Maybe if we have no other exit from the Spire, if it does create a breach, maybe we can escape through the breach it creates as a last ditch option.
And find yourself in a realm you know nothing about.
No, but you know what I say? Better to find yourself in a realm that you know nothing about than a realm you're guaranteed to die in.
I can see the appeal. Alright. I'll contact you again once I'm in the control booth.
Alright, sounds good. I'll let the other two, or I'll let Fisher, or Annette can listen, but I'll let Fisher know the but what he said.
I'm not gonna listen. I'm not talking at him, but
So meanwhile, on the outside, Tobiyashi and hanging Remy. Oh, good lord! Nice roll.
What was your stealth roll? What was your stealth roll, by the way, guys? Now that we're not with you, because it was higher. What was the
mine
lowest?
was 30. Remy's was 35.
Yeah, mine was 35.
Because Remy is the one
Okay.
that's having the spell. It's actually audience, Fisher, and Olunak's roll that just dropped 10 points. So Fisher is
Yeah.
at 7.
Oh yeah, no, we're not stealthy now. We're just standing there, hoping that no one comes back. They are a lot stealthier though.
Go back into the grate.
Alright, so you do your best to make your way all the way up there. And there are a few moments where probably Remy more than you, Tobiyashi, feel very triggered by the fact that your feet are dangling above nothing. You see a bird flying above your head. And this is when you remember the element of, right, forgot about this. Mist Raven have mist sense. They can feel anything that's inside of the mist. So basically, your rolls have all been negated down to 10. Because the only thing preventing you from being seen is your spell. And oh look, What have I rolled? A total of 5, 6, and 3.
Yes.
Okay, that's pretty lucky. I'm not even gonna lie. That
If I could, I
not
would.
roll over to.
If I could, I would, but there's literally nothing I can do to lower this. No, I
Yeah,
can't.
oh,
It's
well.
just gonna move.
Yeah. We get it.
We
There
get
it goes.
All right. Well, place the orb, guys. We got
You
lucky.
managed to go all the
Look,
way
look.
up. And Remy, you have that realization that the only thing preventing you from being seen is your spell. Because your stealth roll has just been negated by that creature that can
Hell,
perceive.
if we hadn't sent Remy, though, there would have been no spell.
Exactly.
We
I would have
Remy.
just died.
So Remy, you have this moment, this realization of, oh shit, we're much more exposed than I thought. And then, oh, I'm the only thing preventing us from being seen. The only thing preventing us from being seen.
The mist is just literally just like on the edge of the spell. Just like
You have this moment where, don't lose concentration, don't lose concentration, don't lose concentration. As you see Tobiyashi arriving at the complete top of this, deploying the beacon, stuck in there, and you see this kind of ooze that comes out and solidifies immediately, placing the beacon properly at the very top of this spire. You see those crows flying these raven flying right above your head, spiraling. And you start going back down, slowly. One step at a time. Audience, Fisher, Ognak. You wait there for a good 15 minutes before you finally see Tobiyashi's silk just tentacling its way inside of this room, tying to whatever it can, and just allowing Tobiyashi to just slip in.
We made it. The beacon's up.
Now, we could technically just hide in a grate now until the beacon's ready to go. Or...
I kind of want to look at that hand.
No, I know, I'm joking. Audience wouldn't even say that.
wait, hold on. Is the beacon turned on properly?
Yes.
Well, the only thing you can do to see if everything's working properly is try your orb, see if it has a color inside.
That's true. You look at our orbs.
Ramey's the only one with an orb, so at least currently at the beacon. Anyway.
No, we're saying when we're
When we're back
going
down. Well,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can see if there's... Because remember before how there was the very tiny pinprick we could see when we were in that other world?
Oh no!
can
I understand that part. I just
Remy wants to
thought
check
we were
while
still
we're up
at the
there.
beacon.
Okay.
Well,
I
you,
see.
you take it out and you don't see any reaction yet. It's still completely dark.
Oh, yeah.
Did I do it wrong?
I don't think so. We're all shown how to turn on the beacon.
Yes.
So I feel like... So,
Yeah, I turned it on right.
It's easy. It's just something that you just have to twist and put back.
Yeah.
That's okay.
That's not something I'd worry about.
They made
That's what
sure
I
that
was
it
like,
was easy to do.
Like-
to wait.
Unfortunately, he only twisted it the 69 degrees as opposed to 70 degrees to the right. And
Oh, damn.
Now it's not.
So once you arrive back, audience, you have that moment where you can look at the at your orb to see if something's happening, and you wait expectantly for a moment. You know, a minute goes by, and there's this hope that feels like it's slowly fading, but then you see a flicker of light inside of the orb. It goes red for half a second, and it goes back to completely dark. The garden is trying.
Well, they're trying, guys, so now it's just up for us to do what else we want to do here and see if we can make it easier. But the orb has been placed.
An audience, the orb rings.
Yeah, what's up?
You hear Sib's voice. Move! Get out of there! They're tracking Fisher! And you hear...
Alright, well, time to run, guys.
You turn around to
wow.
run, and you realize what made that huge sound. There is a machine inside the room with you. It is huge in size.
I think we just run. I don't think we have to fight it.
Well, the thing is, unless you all want to try and slip through the grate one by one, the only gate that you can leave this room is behind that creature that just entered.
No, I mean, I'm dead serious. I think we just try and slip through the grate.
So, the beast that is in front of you is a huge creature with a crab body and a humanoid torso fixed on top of it.
What is, Oh, I should have asked before, because he's already on the line. It already sees us. I am going to ask. Be like, how are they tracking Fisher?
You don't hear anything from the orb, just static.
Shit.
They broke that orb too.
No, it's interference.
Uh,
They know you're here.
Well, that's not great.
So the creature has humanoid arms and let's do this again. One humanoid arm ends in a large multi-barrel cannon. The other arm is reinforced up to the elbow, where two smaller forearms emerge, holding a large glaive.
I see we've entered the Scorpion King.
One thing I'll say is they tracked Fisher, but Fisher did not place the orb, which means they may not know about the beacon, which means we actually want to lead them away from the beacon.
So, no, I'm gonna leave this later, because the explanation's gonna come. So you have two choices. Either try and go to the grate, and try and slip one by one, and risk losing one person at least while you're trying to do this, or take on the beast. And I'm not kidding when I say it's huge sized.
Yeah.
all right, I'll sacrifice my life. I start. No, I'm just
I mean, again, I don't want to...
giving you this last action before we end the stream, because we're not going to start a fight
No.
40 minutes after we're ending.
I think if they're tracking us, we shouldn't stay in one spot for a fight. I think we should try and leave. But
I
especially don't want to fight near the beacon, because I think the whole point is we need them to not find... Because remember, even if we can't get out through the beacon, the whole point is if they find the beacon, they're going to remove it so that other people can't come through later.
Where we are is
In
10
this-
floors away from the beacon.
Yeah. You're currently in this very large room that wasn't set up
yeah,
for
it's
any reason
10,
at all.
10 floors up.
Yeah.
We're not that near
We're
the
not
beacon.
anywhere near the beacon. Right?
Okay, we're not near that. Okay, so they wouldn't... So my only fear is if they're tracking us, like... Wouldn't they just send more?
Look, guys,
or
I'm
would
not
they
unconvinced
assume...
that Terry is the problem. But
Yeah. Well, I don't know what else it would be, because he doesn't have anything else that's...
Well,
we don't
right now,
have.
I just need to know, are you all running to the grate or running to the machine?
I don't know.
I think
I'm
it's
going to let...
I think it's just
Audience
very
would let other
impractical.
people decide, because he would be trying to be like last through the grate anyway, so I guess he'll wait to see what other people do. He's going to draw his weapon. So...
I am
I think
going
that's
to
fair.
get. Yeah, fuck it. We'll go through the grate.
All right?
Toby's going through the grate. What are other people doing?
As much as I would love to stay and fight this thing,
I just don't. I'm sorry, guys. Like above table, I just don't think there's a realistic way for everybody to be able to fit through that grate, especially since not only is it a tiny grate, but also we got to fall first.
That is true.
And we were already told when we went through this grate that we would actually probably have to back out. So we're not going through it quickly either. When Draken said that someone's probably going to die, it's because it's going to take us too fucking long to get through it one at a time.
That's true. So you want to just fight? Screw it.
Alright,
I mean, we could fight.
All right,
Right.
let's do it. I'll pull out my. pull
So
out my
the
mace.
party looks at the grate for a moment, looks at the machine, and everyone draws their weapon.
You know what? Just because, I'll check the blob.
That'll be the ending. That'll be the
Yeah.
ending on the camera.
Yeah, the thing hasn't really changed wiggling speed at all.
Fair enough. Okay.
The thing is, and you have to remember this, it doesn't mean that it's wiggling because of that. It may
Yeah,
be
it might
part
just-
of
that's
why
why I
it's
say it.
wiggling.
No, I actually think it is better to fight it because also if they sent this thing to stop us and they assume it can stop us, that might mean they might not be sending a bunch of other things. So this might buy us some time if we beat this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. We're gonna expend everything we have.
Well,
okay. All right.
We know, Fisher, you're being tracked.
And
Yeah, just throw Fisher away.
and throw him off the tower. There's a balcony
Yeah.
over there. Come on, try it.
Fisher, sacrifice yourself for us.
And because you did plan for Civ to rush to you, there is a very good chance that right now this is what he's doing. You told him to rush to your aid if there was a problem. So there is a good chance that he's doing that right now.
Well, that's good, and then he can hopefully remove the thing that's tracking Fisher. So we just need to win this fight, guys. No problem.
And
All right.
you know,
Wait. We don't need to win. We need to hold off.
It's
until
not
Civ
like
gets here.
this is probably the last fight of the chapter, so it's not gonna be that hard.
What do you mean? We have to still go down to the hand in the portal. We're definitely still going to do that.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It's not like it's the last fight of the chapter. Like you wouldn't have any other combat challenge this chapter.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's not gonna be the worst thing that can fall on your head. And you've all leveled
No.
up, so you're good.
We have. I have my spell.
I got evasion, guys. I mean, I actually just win this 1v1 if I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, go for it, Toby. I'll watch. I'm in. 1v1
uh,
All right. I have
let
to
me
go to
solo it.
Yeah,
bed, so.
I wanted to end
Hang
on
for spin
this.
the bottle. 1v1 me, bro.
I wanted to end on this. That's why I was going, and I was I hope it's okay that I'm not gonna do this, and you all start next episode, and okay, we'll go down. Oh, fight! No, I wanted you to know that it was gonna be a fight. All right, so end of the episode. We go to the campfire. Yeah, feels good, relaxing. And just for your information, you are fighting the creature called Prototype 815.
Cool. This is one of those experiments, isn't it?
Yeah. Why do I
The
feel like it
bored
might...
wizard.
Again, I cannot but feel like we're just fighting the Scorpion King.
All right, so thank you everyone for watching. I hope you had a pleasant evening. Oh well, whatever part of the day cycle it is for you. Hopefully
Where
it
do you
was.
live in space?
Well, can we say that if they live in space, there is a day-night cycle? I mean, they do see the sun, so technically there is a day and night cycle. It's just that you see the stars every single moment throughout your cycle. Well, maybe that's what I should say.
Why didn't we put Why didn't we put Fisher's storage in our or backpack in our dimensional storage when we knew that could be a problem? Because that cuts tracking planes. Whatever.
Hey, my pendant did. I felt there was a reason to put my pendant on. I mean,
So yeah, now you know why your pendant was there. So, like I was saying, thank you for being here. We hope you had a pleasant cycle with us, and we hope you'll be there next week, next Wednesday or next Friday if you're watching this on the rebroadcast. And as always, I haven't been raiding a lot lately because, come on, you have to stay. We have to at least have at least 3 raiders. Otherwise, it's just creepy when you arrive in a bigger channel with one person. They immediately know that you're just trying to. So at least 3. Come on, 3. So we raid someone. And since Tobiashin hasn't been there recently, it's our only chance of raiding. Come on, people. Get it together. Sorry. So, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. We hope you had a pleasant evening. As always, if you enjoyed the show, you can support us, support the stream, following us, leaving comments, likes. Hey, we had a bit of chatter today, mostly from Val and V. Thank you. It's always a pleasure. And if you're watching this on a Friday, well, on Wednesday, Val and V was there chatting. So, leave a comment, like Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. You can also support us by making a donation, becoming a Patreon, subscribing on Twitch, and if you can't do any of those things, there's this very free thing that you can absolutely do that helps us tremendously, and that's spreading the word of this channel. So, with this, as always, thank you, and stay safe and stay healthy. Good night.
10-8.
night.
Good night.